take a few seconds for prayers. Thank you very much. You may be seated. I will now present the announcements. South Africa, the city of Durban, and the entire football fraternity are saddened by the passing of Mr. Clive the Dog Barker, who flew the South African flag high by leading the Bafana Bafana in the 1996 CAF prestigious win. Condolences to his family and the whole soccer fraternity. Congratulations are in order for municipal officials, particularly Councillor Mkhize, the whip of DA, and all the runners from all global corners who participated and finished the ultimate human race, comrades, and for the successful hosting the said event held on Sunday, the 11th June 2023. The city wish all the youth well in commemoration of the sacrifice made by fellow young people or youth members on June 16, 1976, who fought the equality. We pay tribute to those that stood for the betterment of our education system. Happy Youth Day. We further congratulate in entirety the Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center, the IEC, for being recognized for its excellence in the meeting, incentives, conference, and exhibitions industry by being nominated on the 4th Annual Award, MICE Awards. It has nominated as one of South Africa's best convention center. Voting will commence on the 7th of June to 25th August 2023. We wish all the best to our ICC. We will conclude our announcement by reminding all councillors to sign the attendance register that is circulating. We also want to remind you and to encourage council to maintain the decorum and the dignity of the council meeting by the way we conduct ourselves, and further request whips of parties to assist the speaker to maintain order while council is in proceeding. Thank you very much, councillors. City manager, do we have leave of absence?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The following is a list of councillors that applied for leave of absence. Councillor S.V. Debo, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor Z.W. Kuzwayo, not available today, indisposed. Councillor N.J. Bullman, indisposed today. Councillor L. Kakane, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor J. Esop, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor B. M. Kunu, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor J. Black, indisposed from the 12th to the 15th of June 2023. Councillor J. G. Mackay, on study leave from the 14th of the 6th to the 20th of the 6th, 2023. Councillor T. Biela, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor M. Arnumalo, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor N. P. Msomi, indisposed for today. Councillor K. N. N. Kuboni is going to leave at 12 o'clock due to personal commitments. Councillor J. Naidu to arrive late. Councillor M. S. Nkosi, he is already here. Councillor N.C. Gumete, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor M. Ishmael to leave the meeting at 1 o'clock. Councillor SM Van Gevoel, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor T. Mia, on study leave for today. Councillor ZM Mwango, it's written that he's going to leave at 11:30 due to personal commitments. Councillor SV Governor is going to leave at 1:30 due to personal commitments. Thank you, Speaker.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Baba City Manager, there is a hand. You may address Council.
Sorry, Speaker. This is Councillor Black, and I am here present. Our sick leave finished yesterday, the 15th.
Okay. To get the point. Uthini? Can you please, Councillor, repeat yourself?
I was on leave until the 15th. Today being the 16th is my first day back at work.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, I can see there's a problem with the sound. Can you please address that? Because if I can't hear when councillors are speaking, please assist that.
Sizangathi khona into ayishoyo. Uthi bekubani leave?
Councillor Kavene, your hand is up.
Thanks, Speaker. Good morning. Speaker, I note that there are a few of our councillors that have not been mentioned in your leave. It might be a problem from our side in terms of submissions. Some of them are indisposed. If we may have leave to actually file those leave of absence with you during the course of today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kambole.
Thank you, Speaker. We also want the meeting to note that Themba Mvubu will left at 12. Will leave at 12, and also the leave of absence of Nothemba Msibi and Domfuthi Mkhize. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kwala.
Angibonga somlomo uKhansela uGumede sicela ukulungisa uzosijoyina late ubuya kulento yasemvoti eIFP.
Thank you. Councillors, can we agree with all the leave of absence submitted? Are all the leave of absence
Noted.
supported? Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Is there anyone to declare interest? Any interest to be declared? Thank you very much.
Somlomo.
Councillors,
Somlomo.
I was trying to
Sorry, Somlomo.
check with my team about the minutes to remind me, because this is a continuation of the last meeting, whether in our meeting that we could not finish our items, did we dealt with minutes in that meeting? My team was trying to arrange that. Councillor Kwala?
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Ngokukhulu nje ukuhlonipha iANC. Umavundla simkhiphile nasemvoti uyena obeyi-candidate nakhona simxoshile silekelelane nabomzamo.
Councillors, let's move straight to minutes. Let's deal with minutes of this was the meeting that was on the, let me check the date. This meeting was on the 26th of April, 2023. Those minutes were not confirmed in that meeting. We start with corrections before we move to confirmation. Page 1656 is just an attended register. Page 1657, we are doing corrections. If there's anything correctly or wrongly captured, please raise your hand to correct that. Page 1658, page 1659, 1660, 1661, 1662, 1663, 1664, 1665, 1666, 1667, 1668, 1669, 1670, 1671, 1672, 1673, 1674, 1675, 1676, 1677, 1678, 1679, 1680, 1681, 1682, 1683, 1684, 1685, 1686, 1687, 1688, 1689, 1690, 1691, 1692, 1693, 1694, 1695, 1696, 1697, 1698, 1699, 1700, 1701, 1702, 1703, 1704, 1705, 1706, 1707, 1708, 1709, 1710, then the last page, 1711. There are no corrections. Right, let's move now on matters arising. If there are any matters to arise from the minute, please raise your hand, refer us to a page and a paragraph where you want to raise your matter. Councillor Kwala, give us a page and a paragraph.
Thank you, Somlomo. Page 1694, item 6.2.
1694. Yes, you can raise your matter.
Yeah, Somlomo, la khomba ukuthi si-iTheku, we can do much better. If you recall the item, it was recently, and sine reported yonke into yenzeka in order ukubuyisela leya situation yaseNtuzuma la kwakushe khona ilokhuza.
Which paragraph, Kwala?
6.2.
6.2, okay, proceed.
Yes.
Proceed.
So ngamanye amazwi chaza ukuthi uma singayibophezela njengomkhandlu kuningi esingakuzuza ngoba it was tabled by umeya waze waya khona lapha lento yobuvila nje asiyekeni ngoba kukhombisile ukuthi uma kunenkinga nje siyakwazi ukusukuma esumkhandlu silungise izinkinga ezibhekene nabantu.
Hey, siyakuzwa.
That is matters arising. Lento yobuvila ayiye.
Kwala, siyakuzwa wena ukuthi you raise it as a matter arising, but when you are just debating ukuthi uyabonga nje. Thanks, Kwala. Any A matter arising from the minutes, if there are none,
Sorry, Speaker.
let's proceed.
Sorry, Speaker.
Who's that? Can I see
Mayor
what-
Kaunda.
Oh, sorry. Angikuboni ukuthi kwami.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Ngeke ngithuke uma ngangiboni ibala likakhanyi kahle. We wish to greet you and the leadership of the municipality, all councillors, and Amakosa Sendlunkulu. We would like to receive the commandments from Councillor Gwala that at least you have responded. So we need to improve from that. I think it's highly commendable coming from Councillor Gwala. So thank you very much.
Thank you, His Worship. Councillors, I remember in our last meeting, I requested all the questions to be emailed to others of those questions. I believe councillors who have written questions in terms of Section 27, they've received responses to their questions from relevant committee chairs or from departments. Therefore, we won't deal with questions in this meeting. We will move straight to the
Speaker.
items in our agenda.
Speaker, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Mngango.
Speaker, I'm just rising on a point of order. Speaker, you are setting the wrong precedent in this house.
Right.
You've called Councillor Gwala out of order for debating the minutes. You are now allowing the mayor to respond to Councillor Gwala, and you are not telling the mayor that he's also wrong. And I think you are setting a wrong precedent that during the minutes we must debate. Can you correct also the mayor that the mayor was also out of order?
Thank you, Councillor Mngango.
I withdraw, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mngango. If you understand the manner I've received the point raised by Councillor Gwala in this meeting, I don't think to raise what you are raising, because as a Speaker of Council, I didn't take it as being out of order and being rude. I took it as part of some of the things done in chambers. Gwala raised the matter without an intention to cause disruption in council. There are those things, Councillor Gwala, as a Speaker, there to manage the chambers. Councillor Madlala?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm not responding to Councillor Mngango. I'm rising in terms of the Rule 27, in terms of the questions that you've just indicated that we are going to forego because they've been responded to. However, I want to raise a matter. It might not be resolved today, but it's a matter that I think will assist all of us as councillors, because some of us are new and we are still learning in terms of these rules, and sometimes they change and we need to also adjust. Honorable Speaker, Rules of Order 27 says subsection 1 or sub-rule 1, which any councillor may submit a question concerning any matter related to the effective performance or administration of the municipality's functions and the exercise of its powers in order to solicit intentions, explanation, or information. Such items must not violate items, So my issue is that this rule is explicit that who can submit questions to the council. It says any council. It does not say a group of councillors. It does not say a caucus. It says a council. Further down on the rule, so that I don't waste your time, Speaker, it further says that when a councillor who has asked a question is not present on the day when the responses are supposed to be given. That councillor is not given any other councillor is not given an opportunity to receive the responses, because the rules are clear that it's a councillor, an individual councillor that asks. Now, in one of the questions that are contained in our agenda, a councillor has submitted, it's councillor, I'm making an example, I'm not picking on this one, it's councillor Mohammed Ismail. Yes, no, maybe I made a wrong example. But is it possible or is it allowed for a councillor, any councillor, to ask a question on behalf of either an organization or a party? Or is it a councillor that writes and asks a question on the basis of the councillor as an individual member of this? It's just a clarity, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. We have read and interpreted our rules correctly. We are referring to an individual councillor who can write those questions, not on behalf of a group. You are correct, Councillor Madlala, in terms of understanding and interpretations of our rules. Councillors, let's move to
Speaker.
Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on Rule 2718, where it says that a question may not stand over more than once.
2718.
Yes, now, Speaker, I've heard your assurance to this council that we have received the responses. As a matter of fact, I wrote to Secretariat a few days ago asking them for the written responses to be emailed, because that was also the assurance that we received at the last council. The response was that those responses will be given in this council meeting. Despite what you've said earlier, I myself, being one of the authors of the questions, have not received a response. I've checked with my other councillors who have submitted questions. They also say that they are not in receipt of these responses. So it's either the information from Secretariat to you is incorrect or you are misleading this council. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may respond direct to that, Councillor Kavenda, I am on record when I clarified this matter in our last council meeting, requesting TCMs through city manager, heads of department and chairs of committees to respond in writing to all the authors of those questions. That decision was in line with an old previous council resolution to say that these questions, if we could not find time to conclude them in council, we were going to respond in writing. Now, if that has not happened, I think it's a matter that I need to address with the city manager, DCMs and chairs of committees, because sitting here, my understanding is that all authors have received responses through their emails. Councillor Bekte.
Thank you, Speaker. Just clarity on that one. So previously, if the answer was not forthcoming here, or one wanted to get it in writing, it would be forthcoming from your office, from the office of the Speaker, because the question was directed to the office of the Speaker. We then solicit an answer from the relevant department head or chairperson, whatever the case may be. If I understand you correctly now, you are now transferring that responsibility back to the officials and or chairpersons to respond directly to the councillor, as opposed to servicing that answer to your office to be verified and then dispensed to the councillor to make sure that the reply is actually received. Am I understanding correct, Chairperson, that you are saying now, well, I gave them the instruction and I've left it to them, but surely that is something that rests with the office of the Speaker?
Thank you very much, Councillor Bekte. It remains the responsibility of my office. But for the purpose of this meeting, because this meeting today is a continuation of our last council, in that council agreed not to deal with questions in that council. We then said all the questions will be responded to by departments. By departments, I mean because we receive responses from departments as an office. We then distribute those responses to relevant chairs of committees. But a response or an email to be sent to councillor become the responsibility of my office, working with DCMs and whoever is involved in that. By my response, I'm not shifting the blame, but I'm taking responsibility because I'm hearing that from Governor from the first time sitting here, that questions or answers have not been emailed to councillors who are authors of that question that I'm trying to respond or to clarify to Councillor Governor. Councillor Governor?
Yes, Chair. So what that would mean then in terms of the rules, that the officials that are present here or those councillors who have that delegated authority must answer those questions in this meeting today. I can confirm that myself, Councillor Billy, Councillor De Boer, Councillor Kuzwayo have not received our responses. These matters are long outstanding. If you look at the nature of the questions, they deal with very important issues in our trading cluster, particularly centered around the Itiquini water and sanitation. And I don't think that our residents will appreciate that these matters are not dealt with. Questions are pertinent and they need to be answered today. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. There's a hand.
Speaker, it's Councillor.
There's a hand, then Councillor Pillay. Yeah, two of you there. And Councillor Vies, yes.
Speaker, I think if you're taking the stance of saying that when we pose Section 27 questions through to your office to be tabled in council, and you are now responding by saying that you will respond to those via email to us directly, I think there's an injustice there, Speaker. We as councillors have this right, based on the rules, to table these questions in front of this council and have them answered in front of this council, not in secret via email. Because if that's the precedent we're setting, then I don't think there's transparency in the questions we're asking. The questions for us are not personal. They speak to the constituencies we represent and the things affecting our community. And they should take preference over and above anything to be answered in this council because we are councillors sitting here. If we go down that precedent, then tomorrow you are going to say that we will have this council meeting via email.
Thank you. It's a pity because Councillor Said is also a part of the Whips and Speakers Committee. Councillor Said, you were present in a meeting of Whips that identified urgent matters to be tabled.
Speaker, I was
to
not
council.
in that meeting.
Then the questions in the meeting I'm referring to, there was a reason why Whips requested to council, and council accepted that request to deal with specific urgent matters on that time, and requested the Speaker to convene another meeting to deal with the outstanding matters. Hence, we are here today. This is not a new or urgent special council meeting. It's a continuation of a meeting that could not finish the agenda. Now, that decision was made for that meeting. Is not a permanent decision. In the next meeting in June, questions we are going to receive for June's meeting, those questions will be responded to in line with our rules of order. Thank you very much. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you have very eloquently expressed the reasons. This meeting today is a continuation of a meeting that was not completed at the last meeting. And if a decision was taken to give the answers to questions to the authors of the question, and if the author did not receive the question or the answers, they should have communicated directly with the Speaker's office and not with the Secretariat. I think Councillor Governor was wrong to communicate with the Secretariat directly in terms of the answers to the questions, because the Speaker's office is the custodian of these questions.
Point of order. Councillor Governor.
Speaker, my colleague on the other end must not speak for me. As you've said, traditionally, there are certain protocols that we follow. And I am the one that is responsible for getting responses whenever this council takes a decision to get those responses from Secretariat. So I have not written to the Secretariat for the first time in my life or as a councillor. And I don't think that, I think my colleague is out of order there in saying that that is not the correct procedure to be followed. Secondly, Speaker, this is not, we are splitting hairs calling this a continuation of a meeting because we've been given a new agenda.
Councillor Coven, no. Now you have raised a point of order, but now you smack now the debate. I will rule on the matter. Let me allow Councillor to make comments, then I will make a ruling on the matter we're discussing.
Speaker, sorry, my point of order was on the speaker on the floor. He raised two issues, one being protocol and one being a continuation of this meeting.
That's fine, you are correct. Councillor, conclude
Mr.
the point.
Speaker,
Conclude the point, please.
Thank you, Speaker. The protocol in extracting answers to questions will be the Speaker's office directly and not the Secretariat. The DA must not mislead this House and the media in terms of processes and protocols.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I thought you had done.
Yeah, I just want to conclude by saying that for those councillors who have not received their answers, I want to propose that they refer to the Speaker's office, and the Speaker's office must urgently provide such answers to questions to the respective councillors who have not received their answers. Thank you.
Councillor Reti.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to respond to two issues raised by the two councillors. One, it's Councillor Madlala, where he refers to Section 27 of the rules. And I thought I heard him say that if a councillor who submits a question is not present in a meeting, then that question cannot be put to that council, that no other councillor can take the responsibility for that question. I just want to draw your attention to subsection 16, where it says that a councillor may take charge of a question on behalf of an absent councillor. The second issue relates to the questions that are being put and where answers are being expected.
Point of order.
The point of order, Councillor Kwala.
Yeah, uvisa umesho njalo phela fanele akuveze ukuthi to do so in writing. Angakushiyi halfway.
Okay.
Okay,
thank you. Your point of order is correct. Councillor Vice, to conclude.
Thank you. Speaker, the next issue is, I'm not sure where in the rules it says that there should be a written explanation submitted to any councillor who poses a question prior to a council meeting. Maybe I'm missing it somewhere. It doesn't say that anywhere here. Now, I want to just explain to council. There was a time when the current Premier, Nomusa Dube, used to be the Speaker. And when questions were put, the rules did not change much. She would use her powers as a Speaker and decide that this question should not appear before the council, rather it should go to this committee or that committee, and it should appear, I mean, those councillors who are seated here today, who were in the council at that time, would remember that, where she would exercise that power that's given to her in terms of the rules, because the Speaker has to consent to a question being put to the council. The Speaker has the power to say, well, this question can be referred to a certain committee. Now, if there's a change and on this matter...
Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Mngwango.
Speaker, I'm not sure in terms of relevancy what Councillor Red is raising about what Nomsa Dube used to do.
Agreed.
I don't think it's relevant to this council.
If I could conclude before this rabbit starts jumping, then you'll understand where I'm going with this.
Thank you. Councillor Vice.
Chair, all I'm saying is,
Order,
I would like to get a legal opinion on whether the Speaker...
Councillor Reti, let's allow Mngwango to finish his point.
Yeah, Speaker, without saying how you must do your job, I think when someone speaks, you can see when they are really taking us to the forest. I don't understand the relevancy. The relevance issue here, how Nomsa Dube used to chair the meetings compared to you is relevant to this meeting today.
No, this guy is not listening.
That's
Speaker.
my
Totally out of order. He must go back to school.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Councillor
let me conclude. I
Councillor
would like
Reti,
to get a
conclude the point.
legal opinion.
Kick this one out of the meeting.
I would like... I would like to get a legal opinion.
Point of order, Speaker.
On whether,
Speaker. Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Speaker.
Councillors, listen, I will check your hands. Councillors, lower your hand, councillor. The discussion here was about questions or answers that were supposed to be emailed to the author as per the ruling or the decision of the last council meeting. Now it looks like you now want to take the debate to another level. Let's not waste time. Let's allow the speaker to make a ruling on the matter we are discussing now. Can I be allowed to rule?
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, I wish to conclude. I have not concluded before
Speaker,
I was
point
being
of order,
interrupted.
first Speaker.
Let me finish. Let me finish, Councillor, to save time, because I've listened to all the submissions made. Can I make a ruling? Unless there's someone who said there's a pressing, urgent matter I want to bring to my attention before I rule. Let me rule, councillors. As per the last council meeting that we are concluding today, we agreed as council that all the questions that were supposed to be dealt with in that council meeting will be responded to through emails to the authors. That was an arrangement between whips of parties and the speaker, approved by council based on the circumstances on that day. And that decision stands. All the answers that were supposed to be presented in the last council meeting, those answers have to be emailed to the relevant authors. I will then request the city manager to make sure that those answers are emailed to relevant to authors in the next 2 days. I believe those answers are ready. They must be emailed to the city manager to those authors in the next 2 days. Secondly, responding to authors of questions through an email is not contained in our rules. Is a matter that was discussed in the whips committee and presented to council that if answers are provided, we allocate 5 minutes. But when the 5 minutes expires while the answer has not been provided, the remaining answers will be emailed to the author. That is a decision of council, and that decision stands. I therefore rule. Thank you. Let's move to the next item.
Point of clarity, please.
Yes, Councillor Peter.
Speaker, I take note of the fact that you're referring to 2 days. Taking into consideration that tomorrow is a public holiday and we've got a weekend ahead of us, one would have to ask that you maybe clarify and put a date to the 2 days. Is it including today? Does it include tomorrow? Is it today included, excluded? Is Monday included? Please, if we can have a date, if today is the 15th, by the end of which date would councillors have the answers to these questions that was agreed to be answered? Please give us a date, not a day.
Thank you very much. Apologies for that. I forgot that tomorrow is a holiday. These questions have to reach the authors by end of business on Tuesday next week. End of business by Tuesday next week, City Manager. That is the ruling. Thank you. Let's move, councillors, to the report. I will ask the mayor to table the ESCO report before we proceed. His worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to table the first report of the Executive Committee to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First report of the Executive Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 23rd of the 5th, 2023. The first report there is the report of Governance and Human Resources Committee, which was held in their meeting of the 10th of the 5th, 2023, item 1.1 on page 15, hosting of gender-based violence and femicide webinar for eThekwini Municipality employees. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got speakers in my list. I've got Councillor B. Shange and Councillor Mazala. Councillor Shange.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. IFP caucus had agreed to support the hosting of a gender-based violence and femicide webinar for eThekwini Municipality. Mr. Speaker, nanoma ke isikhathi sesedlule okungukuthi kwakade kuhlelwe umhla ka-15 May kwabuya kwahlelwa umhla ka-25 May okungukuthi ke namhlanje umhla ka-15. Thina njenge-IFP sibona engathi le item it's for recording purpose. Mr. Speaker, abantu besifazane bahlukumezekile kakhulu, behlukumezeka ngokushawa, ukubulawa, ukudlengulwa. Singekulibala ke ikakhulukazi endaweni zokusebenza. Bayahlukunyezwa nangokocansi, kube nzima ukuthi bavele since sesaba no chief eThekwini. Ungazi ukuthi kwako chief ababekade betheni bona lapha. Mr. Speaker,
Order. Qhubeka sisiqhubeka.
Mr. Speaker, abantu besilisa bayazi ukuthi abantu besifazane bayimbali zezwe. Bekuyosithokozisa ke thina njengabantu besifazane ukuthi ngelinye ilanga basihlanganise, sihlangane ndawonye, basihlanganise ngesiqubulo esithi phansi ngokuhlukunyezwa kwabesifazane phansi. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to agree with the IFP councillor there that the issue of the prevalence of gender-based violence needs all of our attention, and we must combine our efforts to fight the scourge. Secondly, Speaker, I want to disagree with her that this item is just here for as a tick box exercise. This gender-based violence webinar was held, and I had an opportunity to be one of the people who addressed it. It was also addressed by many acclaimed gender activists in our city and our country. And it came at the right time when the issues of gender-based violence needs to be highlighted in all our meetings and discourses to ensure that it does not leave our attention and the attention of society. One of the issues that became prominent in that discussion was that as government, we seem to be making a lot of pronouncements, but sometimes our pronouncements are not matched by action on the ground. One of the issues we stressed in response to that in that webinar was that gender-based violence is a societal issue, and society needs to be mobilized. Of course, government needs to take the lead, but society as a whole needs to be mobilized to fight against gender-based violence, because many of the incidents of gender-based violence happen behind closed doors. There might be issues in the workplace, but they're not as prevalent as the ones that happen behind closed doors in family homes and in hotels and private rooms. And government cannot then get in there and stop those from happening. But what government can do is to pass legislation, ensure that our law enforcement agencies are well equipped to deal with complaints of gender-based violence, and ensure that those who are accused and found guilty are locked away and the key is thrown away. But also in terms of the workplace, we noted in that gender-based violence webinar that in the workplace you'll find that there are GBV present itself as microaggressions, where people are not actually physical with each other, but it's your rumor mongering, your innuendo, the passing of certain remarks against either women, people of different sexual orientation, like your LGBTQI plus community and all of that. And that creates a toxic environment in the workplace, which we all need to mobilize and fight against. We supported this, Honorable Speaker, and we think we need to continue with these conversations because they are important in our society. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 16, item 1.2, request for authority to host Disability Management Summit for 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you. We are in page 16, item 1.2. I've got speakers on the item, Councillor Tusi, Councillor Ismail, and Councillor N. Kuzwayo. In that order, Councillor Tusi. IFP.
Good day, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. The IFP is fully support the planning of this significant event. The IFP commend the event planners for their commitment to promoting inclusivity and the right of individuals with disability. We anticipate that the Disability Management Summit will bring together stakeholders from different backgrounds, including expert policymakers, advocates, and individuals with disability, to investigate and address important challenges related to disability management, accessibility, and inclusive. In order to effect positive changes in the industry, the summit will serve as forum for knowledge sharing, the discussion of the best practice, and the promoting of teamwork. We anticipate that the process of planning the event will be conducted in the spirit of morality and openness. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tusi. Councillor Ismail.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Oh, the sound is a bit offish. We welcome this summit with warm hearts. The point I would like to make is that we often think of disability as only physical, and we need to include intellectual disability in all of these summits and everything that we do from this level. And when I talk about intellectual disability, I'm talking about issues like Down syndrome, for example, and other related intellectual disabilities, as it were. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ismail. Councillor Kuzwayo.
Sibonga somlomo, sibingelele. Nina baka Bishop Kali. Indaba yokuqinisekisa ukuthi abantu abaphila ngokukhubazeka noma abantu abakhubazekile bayakwazi ukuthola indawo yawo ku-workplace ibaluleke kakhulu kuthina njengohulumeni ka-African National Congress. And it's a policy position of the ANC to ensure that people with disabilities do find themselves in or with employment opportunities. Particularly here in eThekwini, we are quite encouraged that some of our departments have been able, before I say that, let me start by saying the Employment Equity Act enjoins all municipalities and all other government departments to ensure that there is at least 2% of people with disabilities who are employed. Now, we are quite encouraged that our human capital cluster has been trying to ensure that the municipality is compliant in this regard. But we are, however, aware that, and we are concerned that some departments are failing to do this. As a committee of human capital cluster, we discussed this at length in trying to seek ways of how we can actually deal with this to ensure that people with disabilities are employed by the city. And we were encouraged when this report came to us to say steps have been taken and such a summit will take place to ensure that this really does take place. But over and above that, the other intention is to ensure that those who are within the system are in a suitable environment, because we know that some municipal buildings are inaccessible to people with disabilities. So we want to try and ensure that we find ways and means to ensure that people who are disabled or people with disabilities are able to work for the city, or when they are employed by the city,
they are actually able to access their workspace. So this program really went very well. It's been held, Honorable Speaker. So it's a foregone conclusion. It took place and it went very well. The chairperson of our cluster, Honorable Councillor Madlala, addressed it and it went really, really well. And the ANC government is really committed to ensuring that people with disabilities do identify themselves as part of the people who live in this city without any kind of discrimination, especially from the ANC-led eThekwini municipality. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we support this item. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Councillor Kuzwayo. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let me clarify, councillors, one thing. I can see because is a continuation of our last meeting, there's a conclusion. There are parties who are sending the list of speakers to these items. We are using the very same list of speakers you submitted in our last council meeting on the 26th. We are not getting a new list. Thank you very much. Let's proceed like that. We will update council. If there are new reports, then we will then allow parties to submit lists. We are still not yet there. Let's proceed with our meeting. City Manager.
Speaker.
Councillor Mngwango.
Speaker, I hear what you are saying, but what about us who were not part of the last meeting? I'm here today and I want to speak. Am I excluded from speaking? I'm just taking speaker.
Okay, thank you.
The previous speaker is wasting the time of this council, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
It's your time to joke.
Order.
King Speaker.
Councillor Mngwango, because you were absent in that meeting and you never send any list or intention to debate, you won't be allowed to put new speakers in the items contained in the agenda for today. It means if you are absent, you won't be able to debate because we are using that list that we received in our last council meeting.
We are gathered.
It's not debate.
City Manager.
On page 17, Honorable Speaker, is the report of the Community Services Committee from their meeting which was held on the 11th of the 5th, 2023, item 2.1, request for authority to transfer 2 military and historical artifacts to Warriors Gate, MOTH Museum of Militaria. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor City Manager. Councillor Hlengwa, you are number 1. Councillor Sokabase and Sisoga, in that order. Councillor Hlengwa, with there are minutes donated by AIC, KZNI, and JEP. They donated their 1 minute. Councillor Hlengwa.
Asibonge Speaker, umuntu akabingeleli. Speaker, I'm being intimidated by.
No, Hlengwa. You, when the speaker recognizes you, you must address the speaker. Forget whoever is sitting next to you. Then whoever wants to speak will raise his or her hand to draw my attention. For now, we are on the floor. Address the speaker.
But ngithembisa ukungikwaza Speaker.
Yeah, Councillor Hlengwa, I'm going to forfeit your right to speak. If you don't want to speak, I will move to Councillor Sokabase.
Let me proceed, Speaker. See, African People First, siyahambisana nesinqumo sokuthi zithuthwe lezi ezomlando wezempi ziye la abafuna ukuzisa khona kodwa okusiphatha kabi kakhulu ukuthi lezi zinto azikhulumi ngathi njengabantu abamnyama abangabanikazi balezwe. Kuyangikhalisa kakhulu ukuthi spend inqwaba yemali sigcina imlando engasithindi thina. Si African People First besingafisa nje ukuthi lezi zinto lezi singaphinde simoshe imali ngazo kubalwa nalezi ichuthe zabelungu egcwele idolobha lonke leli efana ngabe sayi-destroya kuphele le pain evukayo masiyibuka njengalezi ichuthe zobhoda nokunye okuningi esiye sikubona asibonge.
Thank you. Sokabase. Order, councillors.
Ngiyabonga baba Speaker, ngibingelele kumakhansela wonke namakhosi asendlunkulu. Kule report sinale mlando njengekomiti lethu eliyigcinayo lezi ikhali ke zikhali ezasebenza emandulo ukuthi ke zasilimaza noma zisilimazanga but kufanele zibe khona sizibeke sizigcine kuze abantwana bethu bazi ukuthi ngelinye ilanga kwake kwaba khona ukuhlukunyezekwa sasibulawa ngazo ke lezi ikhali kufanele ke sigcine kuze babe sibulala bahlale bazi nezingane zabo zazi nathi futhi sazi ukuthi ena kwakwenzekalani sitheke ngoba beyihlala kabuhlungu lapha behlezi khona njoba sinolwandle eduzane zerasta zenzeka yonke into azibe sendaweni la izokwazi ukunakekelelwa khona sase siyacela ke la kwabantu bezempi ukuthi abasigcinele zona kodwa sase sibanikeza isikhathi esu10 years ukuthi basigcinele zona after the 10 years we will review ukuthi kusafanelekile ukuthi basigcinele while besasigcinele thina ngaphakathi ekomitini sizobe sanza icapacity ukwazi ukuzimela nokuzigcinela zona ngendlela efanelekile ukuyilahla angeke kusisize kufanele kubone ngisho ingane kakhulukhulwana nokhulukhulwana waye ukhulukhulwana ukuthi sake sahlukunyezwe ezweni lwethu leminyaka sihlukunyezwa abamhlophe sigcinela lokho ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi sizibone futhi sigcineke kahle ngiyabonga.
Yezwa Hlengo. Thank you very much, Councillor Sisoga.
Ngiyabonga ithuba somlomo. Ngicabanga ukuthi ngizohamba emazweni kaKhansela Sokhabasi ukuthi ukuze ukwazi ukubona kahle ukuthi uyaphambili kanjani kubalekile ukuthi ukwazi ukubuka nesibuko esikhombisa ngemuva. Ngesikwazi ukuhamba siye phambili uma ngabe sizocima noma sirabhe konke okwenzakalile emlandweni waseNingizimu Afrika. So kuwumsebenzi wethu ukuthi njengohulumeni wentando yeningi asiwagcine konke okwenzeka kudala noma ngabe kuhle noma ngabe kubi kangakanani wenzela ukuthi nezibazi nemahuzuko namanxeba nelonda omlando odlulile abayofika emva kwethu bakwazi ukuthi babone ukuze bangaphinde bakugweme ngako konke okwenzeka ukuba ukudlula sitheke ngaphezulu ukuthi siyagcina lokhu sigcina okwesikhashana kule ndawo kodwa esifisa ukuthi kwenzeke ukuthi umkhandlu awube sendaweni la uzokwazi ukuthi ube namakhono okunakekela lezi zinto efana nalezi so ke sithe emva kweminyaka elishumi zizobuyela emkhandlweni siyathemba ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi umkhandlu uzobusunawo ama skills akhethekile ukwazi ukugcina lolu hlobo lwezikhali ezaphalalisa igazi labantu baseNingizimu Afrika ngakho ke njengo African National Congress sithi leliphuzu alidlulele phambili ngibonga kakhulu somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sosoga. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 18, item number 3 is the report of the Finance Committee meeting which was held on the 17th of the 5th, 2023. Item 3.1, public tender awards of eThekwini Municipality for the month ended 31st March 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you.
Noted.
And for noting, noted. Thank you, City Manager.
And 2, quarterly report.
The team that is managing the sound, I'm sure you can hear that the sound is not good. Please, while we are proceeding, please fix that. I'm sure you can hear when the city manager was trying to speak, the sound was off. There are times where even myself, if I'm trying to address, the sound is off. Let's fix that while we proceed. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 19, item 3.2, quarterly report on withdrawals from municipal bank account in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Noted.
For noting, thank you. Noted. City Manager.
Item number 9, still on page number 19. Item 3.3, investment report for the month ended 31st March 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Councillor Penn, Councillor Said, and Councillor Kaunda. In that order. Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a sad indictment to this council that the operative date of this report we're talking about was 2.5 months ago. So there's really nothing that needs to be said at this stage, so I won't waste the council's time.
Thank you, Councillor Penn. Councillor Said.
As well, Speaker, I move past it.
Come again?
As well, Speaker, I move past it.
Thank you. Councillor Kaunda. Mayor.
Thank you. Covered.
We are covered. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, noted. Thank you, City Manager.
Page 20, item 3.4, noting of the proposed amendment of contract S5234 for the manufacture, supply and delivery of toilet paper for a period of 36 months in line with section 1163 A, B, and C of the MFMA. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillor Bekte.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jay. You know, the reality of this is...
Sorry, let me finish to note the speakers. After Bekte is Councillor Stengwa, Councillor Said, and then Councillor Mzimela, in that order. Proceed, Councillor Bekte.
Thank you very much, Jay. Yeah, you know, whether it's this paper here, which we're now fortunate to have, or whether it's this paper here, the reality is the job is not done until the paperwork is done. You know, and if we speak, now we're sitting here with a reality, and something as ridiculous as it may sound as toilet paper, the reality is if we don't have paper, people can't really come to work because they don't have the paper available that keeps them here. Now, one would wonder to what point does it come?
Order, Speaker.
Order, Mayor.
Honorable Speaker, to maintain the decorum of your house, I'm not too sure whether is it proper that the councillor take a used toilet paper from the bathroom and bring it here to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bekte, proceed.
I don't think it's used, else we would have been a bit wetter.
Forget about the paper.
But be that as it may, the matter on the table is, in fact, toilet paper. So let's keep to what we've got onto the table. But we can also wipe our mouths with it, doesn't really matter. The reality is, Speaker, that this council has for quite some time gone under the burden of paper contracts, whether it's toilet paper or whether it's print paper that comes in 3.5 year after. And one would have to wonder to what point it comes that we drop the ball to such an extent that we can't even keep toilet paper in the toilets and paper into the printing machines. We know for a fact how much it's burdened this municipality not to have paper, and people actually bringing paper from home. And I'm talking again in both instances, whether it's toilet paper or the other, that people have to bring it from home to assist the municipality with a 66 billion rand budget because officials did not put the contracts in place timely. Now we may be talking toilet paper here, but it extends across the whole municipality, and it's not only these contracts where we seem to be dropping the ball and not getting the right contracts in place timely, and then when the
Order,
trouble
Speaker.
hits the fan.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Mgwengwa.
Speaker, may I check if Councillor Bekte has declared where did he go to that toilet paper?
Councillor Bekte, proceed.
I took it out of a vehicle in the parking, but it's not yours.
Proceed.
So one would have to wait. Do we wait until it hits the fan before we start suddenly realizing there's a problem with our contracts and we don't have paper of any kind available?
Which fan?
And now one would have to ask, Speaker, what are we going to do about this? Because today it's paper, tomorrow it's pens, The day thereafter, it's a contract for the computers. The day thereafter is for something else. Maybe it's for a new sound system, one never knows. But when are we going to draw the line and take heed of this? When a contract comes into that last finish line, that we actually jump on it and start getting our ducks on the row, getting it advertised timely, getting it before the BAC and the bid spec committees, and getting the contracts allocated to the right people for the right job, obviously, because this paper is quite good paper.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Total.
Clarity, Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Lokubuza, Speaker, is it allowed to uchoji toilet paper toilet asisebenzisa konsa amakhansela uzoyisebenzisa la ngaphakathi?
Yeah,
Just a
no,
question.
no. Proceed, Councillor Pector. Councillors,
You see, it comes to the point.
let's allow Councillor Pector to finish his point. Councillor Pector.
You see, Speaker, that's the reality of it. People are so coveting that they wonder where I got this paper because they need it. They can't go without. So, I want my paper. I better watch out. Today it's paper.
Order, councillors.
Speaker.
Order. Yes, Councillor Zondi.
No, ukansela Bierste ukhala ngokuthi abantu they need toilet paper, but he's keeping the toilet paper here.
Councillor
Tell him
Pector.
to bring that
Councillor
toilet paper
Pector,
back
can
to
you...
the toilet.
Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Let's allow him to finish his point. Proceed, Councillor Pector.
Exactly. Just leave my paper
Order,
alone.
order.
Leave my paper alone. Today it's this, and it's also the quality of what we are buying. It's not necessarily just buying. What are we buying and how are we spending the ratepayers' money? Today it's toilet paper. Tomorrow it could be the black bags that you put your refuse in where you have to discard these. That are also...
There's someone talking.
Order, Speaker.
Yes. Who's that? I can't see you.
Councillor Mngonyama.
Yes, Mngonyama.
Sizoba nenkinga la Speaker. Si-address umuntu ongaqokile. Ucouncillor uBack.
No. Councillors, let's not disrupt the debate. Let's allow Councillor Pector to finish his point. Let's not raise unnecessary point of orders. Councillor Pector.
Maybe we're speaking about something that lies close to people's heart. Everybody wants to know about paper. You see, I told you, if we run short of paper, everybody needs paper. They can't stop talking about it. The reality is, today it's paper. Tomorrow it could be the black bags, the refuse bags, or of poor quality, and then we don't have that, and we've got the paper lying all over the streets. So although we start with paper, it actually applies across the municipality. We should stop looking at what's in front of us, which is a roll of toilet paper, and look and see how our procurement processes that have been flaunted, not put in place in time, is affecting our entire city. The next point we're going to be speaking about these, and that's the paper, the other ones that go into the printing machines, making us unable to get our agendas on time, making it impossible to put circulars out on time. And at the end of the day, we fall back on the toilet paper because there's nothing else to do. Speaker, one would have to say, we're so happy that this contract is extended for 36 months. But let us not wait until month 37 before we renew toilet paper, printing paper, the black bags, anything else in this municipality. Let's follow the rules, get the contracts out timely so we don't have to come and sit and wait and go without paper and people cannot do their job. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pector. Councillor Stengwa, we have a minute from AIC, a minute from KZNI, a minute from JEP. Councillor Stengwa.
Angbong, Speaker. See, African People First, I support a recommendation. However, njengoba Councillor Pector eke wabeka khona, it is indeed sometimes embarrassing uma ufika endlini encane uqala toilet paper isekho uBector usehambe naye. So we are saying these should be taken care by us in time before kuze kufike ikhathi zokuthi expire my contract. And my other concern when it's come to a supply of toilet papers in particular, I will want to make an example of public toilets. Where you go la kunabantu abamnyama khona ufica umuntu eme ngaphandle eseyigoqile ngesandla wayibeka la i-toilet paper, but when you go to these upmarket places isuki lapha esitsheni obhekha baze bayithathe bahambe nayo baye emakhaya bephathele iy'ngane zabo. Angibonge ngesihlalo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I only need a minute to talk about this thing that we wipe with. So, very quickly, Speaker, as ACC, we fully understand that the city needs toilet paper. But I really can't understand at the cost that we're being charged for it. I don't know whether it's got flowers, petals, or dogs and puppies on it, because that's not the paper we're getting delivered firstly. So I think definitely there's something wrong. I think the city needs to contract Woolies Dash and maybe get paper delivered to every single unit and department at this cost. But aside from that, and we fully understand how that goes, as ACC, we're against item 3.5 under point number 3. Awarded suppliers to be paid back for price variation of all orders delivered for quantities supplied to the municipality stores for proposed year one cost. Now, if something's been delivered for year one cost, it's delivered and it's paid for already. How do we go backwards now and adjust that price to say we are now going to pay you back? And we fully understand that it was post year one that the mills in fact had increased their prices, and it's been 3 times in the past 2 years, which is understandable for now. Thank you, Speaker. I know my time's up because I'm not full of what we use.
Thank you. Councillor Mzimela.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngifuna ukusho nje ukuthi khumbuze lendlu ukuthi sikhuluma ngenkontileka la existayo. So esikusho nje ukuchibiyela ukuthi ngenxa yokukhuphuka kwezinto zokusebenza i-raw material sithi ke in line with imithetho egovernisha ukusetshenziswa kwemali asisifake lesichibiyelo ukwenzela ukuthi siqhubeke sithole i-quality service ngoba uma sesinayo le nkinga engakathola ama-toilet papers umkhandlu omkhulu kangaka kuyona into enhle leyo ngakho njengokhongolose sibona ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi lesichibiyelo sisisupport. I thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you to all of you. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Sorry, Speaker. Yes, Speaker.
No. Councillor Kambole?
Yes, Speaker. We've got speakers as well there, but akubenga mentionwanga Lungishange.
Who's the speaker?
Lungishange.
No, unfortunately, is not in this list. We have the EFF speaker is on the following item, Councillor Trinega, on 3.5. On this list, there is no speaker, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Noted.
Noted, thank you. City Manager, page 21, 3.5.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 21, item 3.5. Noting of the proposed amendment of contract S5257 for the supply and delivery of bond paper A3 and A4, 80 grams stroke M sheet, 90 grams stroke M short grain, and NCR paper for a period of 36 months, in line with section 1163A, B, and C of the MFMA. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got the speakers, Councillor Bekte, Councillor Mtinega, EFF, Councillor Said, and Councillor Mkize, ANC. In that order, Councillor Bekte.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I've said my part. I just wanted the colleagues that have been sending me messages to ask whether they can get paper must just clarify if it's under point 3.4 or 3.5 that they're sending me messages and from which pack I must send them. Just wave the hand there, the councillor there in the back, from which pack does he want paper? But further than that, I think point made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tsineka, I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Ngibonge somlongo is uKhansela Umcineka.
Thank you.
CFF sawamukela umbiko. Kodwa sicela ukuthi amaphepha asetshenziswe ngendlela ngoba sekukaningi uma siyofuna izincwadi zamakhansela kuthiwa azikho amaphepha awekho. Uma ubheka kusana izincwadi zamakhansela angasekho kulomkhandlu. Kulo 3 years sicela ukuthola izincwadi ngaphandle kweinkinga. Siyabonga somlongo.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Speaker. Unlike the previous paper issue, I think this one here is well within the price range. It comes to like 400 Rand a box. I was just wanting to find out from council whether we as councillors can buy paper also directly through council, because it's pretty cheap. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mkhize.
Thank you, Speaker. Sibukile report sibone ngathi izama ukulungisa zona inkinga lezi abafowethu abakhala ngazo. Siyabonga, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendation agreed. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable
We are
Speaker.
noti- we are
Page
noting-
25, item 3.6. Budget statement report for the month ended 30th April 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got Councillor Penn, Councillor Annie Penn, and Councillor Mgonyama. Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the same reason as I mentioned earlier, this is so outdated and we're so close to the end of the financial year that we'll defer our comments to after we've got the situation at the end of June. Thank you.
Councillor Annie Penn.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'd also like to withdraw. I think the train has already bolted. It's worthless commenting on this item now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mgonyama. Mgonyama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kuyona le budget speech yayigcinethwe ubaba Mayor esiyisupporta kakhulu so African National Congress exube into eziningi esikholelwayo ukuthi futhi izoxazulula inkinga eziningi ezikhona ze-infrastructure siyafisa kuyincoma kakhulu akukho okuningi esizokusho sifisa ukuyincoma nokubongela abantu baseThekwini ukuthi ke inkululeko isifikile ne-service delivery isifikile ngale budget. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mgonyama. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Siyabonga. City Manager, page 26.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 3.7, investment report for the month ended 30th April 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Noted.
Not for noting, thank you. Noted. City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 27, item number 4 is the report of the Security and Emergency Services Committee from their meeting which was held on the 18th of the 5th, 2023. Item 4.1, approval of terms of reference for the Security and Emergency Services Committee. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. I've got speakers, Councillor B. Ngumalo from the IFP and Councillor MP Mkhize from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Ngumalo.
Akekho somlo ufake apology.
Okay, siyabonga. Councillor Mkhize.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we have agreed on terms of reference that we've been putting in place. We remember which this committee is new, so we have to adopt this terms of reference at the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkhize. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed? Thank you very much, City Manager.
Page 27, item 4.2, request for authority to transfer savings.
Councillor Kwala.
Asimnike no deputy mayor akathi nje qaphu noma engabhalisile.
Thank you. Councillor Kwala, you seem to be very happy today. I don't know what happened. I assume it's because of those results. But this is not a place for you to celebrate. Yeah, thank you, City Manager.
On page 27, item 4.2, request for authority to transfer savings declared by the Safer Cities in the 2022-2023 financial year to the Parks, Culture and Recreation Unit. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got speakers, Councillor Solomon, Councillor Kuala, Councillor Hlengwa, Councillor Gumede. In that order, Councillor Solomon.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. As the DA, we would like to celebrate that there will be tractors bought by the Parks Department. There is not a ward councillor in the city who does not celebrate that we will have more tractors since we last bought a tractor in 1996, according to the head of Parks Department. What I would like to please note for this council is the inability for the department to deal correctly with the land use management scheme so that we used the money that was given to us during this budget, that we should have built the homeless shelter, but it was due to the suitability of the land identified not being followed in process. What I would like this council to note, please, is that we have 16,000 people sleeping rough on the streets of eThekwini. We only have space for 10,000 people in paid shelters in the city, and not all of them are running scrupulously. Some of them are running just purely as a business on the backs of the poor, the marginalized. The poor, the marginalized, and the people who need help with social ills. So I'm asking that the council commits that when this money comes back, as stipulated in the agenda from Parks Department, back to the department, that we have our processes in place, that we have our paperwork and our procedures for making sure that the land use management processes are processed in time next time we get the money back in the next budget next year, so that we are able to carry out this very, very, very important project of building a place for free sleeping for those who are wanting to come off the streets at night and have a place to sleep. There they can be profiled, there we can help them to be in programs, there we can help them to get back to families or to get them back onto the road of being able to house themselves. And so I appeal to you, sir, that this is noted in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Solomon. Councillor Kuala.
Asibonga Somlomo. Njenga-IFP siyavuma kodwa ke sinama concern ngale ye transfer. Iyasitshela ukuthi we are not ready ukwenza izinto ngendlela eyiyona. Because iyakutshela le it's a poor planning. Ngoba itholakala indawo yokwenza this facility but wasn't utilized ngesikhathi esifanele. Hence sekufanele manje ke ku transfer ama funds ukuyothenga ogandaganda bakwa Parks. Bese kuthi ngalela langa bese imali yabuyisela. Akusiniki ilokhuzana ephelele ngoba ngokwe report from i-committee ithi contractor is ready ukuthi le site ke esihlonziwe ayisebenze yena. Umbuzo ukuthi kumephi kanti kujamephi uma siholwa inqolo emasonto ikuphi nje la ungajama khona. Kodwa ke siya supporta kodwa ngempela siyacela umbimbi esumeya weTheku le consequence management ikibuke ibukisiswe ngoba sineyinkinga ezingaka nje. Ungazi usolo ukhongolose wathi ukhongolose akanalutho ilama officials mistake kakhongolose ukufukamela ama officials angawenza umsebenzi. Uke washo kumeya wathi ama officials aseThekwini amavila bamgxeka waphinda kodwa uyena njengobaba weTheku ufana aqinise leso stirobho se consequence management ngoba ukukhuluma ngomlomo nje ibikhona into ethi singawuqinisa umthetho ngo-consequence management ongafuni ukusebenza enze njani mbimbi ashiye iTheku lakho. So asiyenzini lento. Siyabonga siyavumelana.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kuala, Councillor Hlengwa.
Angibonge Speaker. Khona it is saddening, Speaker, that in this democratic dispensation esikuyona njengamanje the real owners of this land remain landless still, and it's even worse when we become homeless, Speaker. So, see, African people first, besi support a recommendation so that we speed up these things and ensure ukuthi abantu bakithi abalali emgaqweni nje bahlezi sibabona. I've been around iTheku. Angikaze ngimbone umuntu olele emgaqweni engekho omnyama. So izinto ezifana nalezi kumele sizisukumele sizenze ngokukhulu ukusheshsha. Ngiyathemba futhi ukuthi asizolinda njalo silehlonzela umhlaba okungowethu. Asothathe nje umhlaba wethu senze lokho ekufanele sikwenzile ngako ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqhubekele siye phambili. Njengamanje sinabantu thina abahamba ngezikhukhula, aba homeless, abahlezi bengenazi izindlu beqashelwe somewhere because ozakwethu laba abangaphambili abe dog attack bahlezi nomhlaba wethu abafuna ukudedela ukuze sikwazi ukwakhela abantu bakithi indawo zokuhlala. Ke ngibonge Speaker sengathi singaqhubha kakhulu sisheshise lento yokuthi abantu bakithi babuyisele umhlaba wabo usuthathe lapha ngaphesheya singabasaba bilo. Ngiyabonga Speaker.
Fighter Hlengwa.
Thank you, Councillor Kumete.
Angibonge Somlomo. Somlomo njengeqembu le-ACDP thina siyawamukela umbiko. Sisho futhi ukuthi siyiqembu le-ACDP siyajabula kakhulu ukuthi uma kubonakala ukuthi khona imali ehleli ngenxa yokuthi kunenhlelo ezithile ezisalungiswa kungcono ukuthi ikhishwe iyokwenza omunye umsebenzi. So siyathemba ukuthi imali le ekhona izokwazi ukwenza umsebenzi ofanelekile ezokwazi ukuthi ubonakale futhi kuyona i-department yaka parks kuzozina zonke lezi zinto abantu bafisa ukuyithenga ngale mali. Siyathemba ukuthi bazozithenga bese ziyakwazi ukwenza izinsiza zomphakathi. Sijabule ke futhi ukuthi Somlomo ukuthi le mali izothi mase isebenzile ngeke ize yehle emakhukhwini amanye amadoda ukuze sizakale bona kodwa izokusiza umphakathi wakithi nabahlali baseThekwini okuyibona abakhokhi bentela. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kumete. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Page 29, item 5, Direct Exco Report 5.1, noting of salary and wage increase for general staff for the period 1 July 2023 to 30 June 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuala, Councillor Hlengwa number 2, Councillor Madlala, you'll be the last because Councillor Isop is not present. Councillor Kuala.
Asibonga Somlomo. Cha kuhle khona ukuthi abasebenzi uma besebenza babuye kube khona imhlomulo ngohlelo lukahle. Kodwa ke njenga IFP siyayisupporta le item or we note. Siyafisa kodwa ukuthi ngempela ubulungiswa benzeke. Lento esuke ishiwo umeya nje ukhawundi ayenzeke le nje ukuthi abantu bengaba amavili bese bebheka ukuthi kuzoba nemhlomulo. Kodwa futhi inselelo ikuyena ukhawunda njoba nje uyena ubaba wekhaya laseThekwini. I consequence management must come with him ngoba uma kuhlala kuthiwa nje sombutho oqhubayo kanti kuqhutshwana umbuzo uthi lowo uma i-consequence managing ngekho shothi umthetho awukho ekhaya kodwa mase kufanele senza amabonus. Kuyiqiniso ngempela ukuthi abantu bayadinga amabonus kodwa ibonus lisho ukuthini? Ukhulelwa imali uwenzeni? Kuchitheka amanzi, kuchitheka indle iTheku lonke. Ward 96, Ward 95 uyakutshela ukuthi kunenkinga. Ward 38 to name their few. Indaba yamanzi is a big challenge. Komlazi Ward 82. So ngempela ukukhuphula imali funa sikwenza ngoba fanele sibe nejustice kubantu. Ukhongolo sengiyazi ukuthi inhlangano enakekelayo uma yisho kodwa komele inakekele ngempela sikwenze lokhu kube yikho. Siyabonga, siyayinothi i-item.
Yeah, but Councillor Kuala. Councillor Kuala ngifunanga nje ukuthi ngikuphazamise usadebate kodwa asiqaphele that in the chambers when you address your fellow councillor, it's either you refer to him or her honorable councillor or councillor than to say kaunda. Let's maintain the decorum because we're in council.
Somloma ngazi ngwaZulu kodwa ke ngizoxolisa mangonile. Kodwa ngifisa uyithole nawe le.
No.
KwaZulu umuntu ubizwa
Kahle
ngesibongo.
kahle kwala.
Kodwa ngiyaxolisa ngiya-withdraw.
Thank you. Apology accepted. Most ukuxolisa ufuna ukudebate. I'm just warning you and all other councillors to consider that. Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengwa.
Angibonge sihlalo. Khona kubhlungu ukuthi siwumkhandlu umele sihlale sikhiphe incomo zokuthi abasebenzi abanyuselwe izimali kodwa singakuboni ukuzimisela emsebenzini abasuke sebenikeze wona. Ngeke ngakusho kule council before ukuthi thina njengama politician njalo siyaqekwa ngokuthi service delivery ayikubantu kodwa iqiniso lithi akuthina esisebenzayo emgaqweni akuthina esisebenzayo ekumele sihambise physically leyo service kubantu abasebenzi bakahulumeni noma abakamasipala ekumele bekwenzile lokho. Ngithanda ukuvumelana nozakwethu la umkhaya wami ukhansela uGwala uma ethi kufanele kwenziwe isiqiniseko sokuthi abasebenzi bayakwenza lokho kubhekekile kubona. Ngicabanga ukuthi siyakhumbula sonke ngenkathi umeya elapha olwandle edansa khona. Sonke sasihappy ngakusasa kwathiwa ubhukude endaweni enendle. Kwangiphatha kabi kakhulu mina lokho ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi wayengeke umeya aye khona uma ngabe iinformation wayenayo efanele ukuthi akakabi isikhathi sokuthi siyongena khona olwandle. Engizama ukusho ukuthi abasebenzi bethu bayasenza ukuthi senze izinto eziningi ezirong engaba sizenzanga if we were informed.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order, Mayor.
Order, Speaker. Icishe ishibilike kancane nje la ngabhuda khona kwaku-clear akukongena nkinga.
Councillor Hlengwa, proceed, Councillor Hlengwa.
Ngibonge speak nami impela yabona ngase ngithi ngiyojoina le yamdanso ngavele ngawuyeka wena speaker ngenxa yokuthi ngase ngizwe indaba ezibhlungu kodwa ke asikwazi ke ukuthi Spanish wonke omunye umsebenzi okhona bakhona abasebenzi abawenzayo umsebenzi wabo ngakho si African People First sithi impela sayisupporta le recommendation yokuthi banyuselwe emhlomelweni yabo ukuze bekwazi ukubhekana nale repo rate enyuke kakhulu kangaka kulesikhathi esikusona. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu somlomo ohloniphekileyo. Ngizokhumbuza nje umkhandlu waseThekwini ohlangene namhlanje ukuthi i-report ephambi kwethu izele ukuthi sizoyinota nje. Isizathu esenza ukuthi ize kuthina ukuthi sizoyinota ukuthi esikhathini esedlule ngesikhathi imikhandlu yakhiwa ideveloper kwagcina kuvunyelene ngokuthi kwenziwe into ethi ukuxoxisana ngokuhlanganyele lokuthiwa phecelezi collective bargaining, centralized collective bargaining okwenziwa ezingeni likazwelonke. Lokho ke kwaphuca omasipala.
Speaker. Councillor Said.
Councillor Said.
I can't get any translation, Speaker. I'm still hearing Zulu over there.
I think arrangement has been made. I think they are sitting there in that little box there who are assisting us with translation. I'm not sure whether they have got the gadget in front of you or what is happening. But
The gadget's in my ear, Speaker.
But the team will assist you. Can we get that address, Secretariat? Get the translation before we, so that when Councillor Madlala address council, everyone can hear. Madlala?
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Speaker. Ebengisakuchaza ke ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi kuthathwe leso sinqumo omasipala njengalo weTheku babekwazi ukuthi bayihlalele ngenyonyana kuxoxiswane ngamaholo sikwazi ukuthi sibheke emabhukwini ethu ukuthi sinayo imali okanye asinayo yini bese bayanyuselwa abasebenzi ngaleyo ndlela
Speaker.
ekumele banyuselwe ngayo. Hayi, uyangiphazamisa lo muntu bafethu.
Councillor Said.
Speaker, I still
Manje
don't have
nomuntu
translation.
khona nomuntu omnyama lapho othi akezwa ngazi bafethu bamfakeni ukubheka.
No, Councillor
You have
Mandela.
not
At
been
the end of the
assisted.
day, if you want us to hear you, then we need translation.
Councillor Said, Councillor
Unfortunately,
Said.
we can't move on. Like
Councillor Said, no, there's no need to address Madlala, address to me.
I'm addressing you, but also Madlala should
No,
address me,
Councillor
Speaker.
Said, no. You have not been assisted, I ask
No.
you.
sorry.
Can Secretariat please address or
Said,
attend
yes,
to
yes,
the,
yes, Zulu,
to the complaint? Please, Secretariat, address that. But Mayor,
Thanks, Honorable
Speaker.
Speaker. I think
Order.
Honorable Side opened a wrong channel because I was testing it. English translation is here. So if you can just check all the channels, he will be assisted.
can I get someone to go to him?
Abafundile
Can I get someone to go to him and assist him?
No, uSayid uyasiza isiZulu angadlali ngathi uSayid.
Abafundile osayidi inkinga.
uSayid usiza kahle nje isiZulu.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ngomeni. Councillor Madlala.
Kade eveza ivideo lapha benekhunje ethi
Kahle,
ethi
comment,
hlaba
ka-
ifosholo lapha hlaba ifosholo lapha.
Order, Speaker,
Kahle,
point of
Ngomeni.
order. Speaker, point of order.
Order, councillors. No. It's Councillor Madlala who's on the floor, no other hands. Madlala? No.
Speaker, do we have to get into a language
No,
debate?
no. Councillor Madlala, everyone who have a problem with the translation, please, Secretariat, attend to that. Let's proceed. Let's not be drawn to unnecessary excitement about the translation. Let's focus.
Yabonga
Councillor
kakhulu
Madlala.
Speaker manje khona ikhansela lapha elithi angikhuluma isingisi.
Kahle Madlala, kahle
Sakhokhela
Madlala.
uma ngemali yasemajaldini lesingisi.
Madlala, just stick to your point. Don't address other councillors.
Ngiyabonga Speaker. Ungangeni kulingweni. Siyabonga kakhulu. Into ebengisho ukuthi angithi kwesinye isikhathi mesila emkhandlweni kufanele sifundise sinomthwalo ukuthi kufanele sifundise sifundisane sisodwa sifundise nomphakathi osilalele. Iqiniso lithi ingxoxo zamaholo azisenzeki ezingeni lomasipala. Senzeka ezingeni la national omasipala bebonkana basuke bemelwe uSalga inhlangano yomasipala abahlangene bese abasebenzi bebonke basuke bemelwe ama national office enyonyane zabo njengamanje ke ezimbili inyonyana kamasipala ezaziwayo ezisemthethweni ekuyimathu neSamu izona ke behleli kulezi ingxoxo zamaholo. Into ekuvunyelwene ngayo kulezi ingxoxo zamaholo ukuthi i-minimum wage ukuthi imali yeholo umuntu ongenayo ngesango kamasipala mezokwenza umsebenzi omncane kunayo yonke eyenziwayo. Sizoyikhuphula sisusa ku 9,043 rands 21 cent iye ku 9,531 rands 54 cents. Lokho ke kusho ukuthi leyo mali inyuke ngo 488 rands 33 cents. Now ngesikhathi kwenzeka lokho Speaker emva kwako nje uqhamukile ungqongqoshe uGovernor wase Reserve Bank wanyusa intengo ngo 50 basis point okusho ukuthi ama interest rate anyukile. Abaningi babasebenzi abasebenzela omasipala nabasebenzela uhulumeni nabantu nomphakathi wase South Africa uvese udonsa kanzima ngenxa yokuthi iinflation isezingeni eliphezulu kakhulu okusho ukuthi abanye uthola ukuthi nakuba kuthiwa imali inyukile kodwa lokho kunyuka kwemali kumbekela ekade evese khona ngenxa ukuthi zonke izinto come 1 July zizonyuka. Ngenzela ngikusho lokhu ngoba ngenzela ukuthi oqala sazi ukuthi into yokunyusa kwamaholo ayikho ezandleni zethu siya influencer nje so siyimikhandlu through Salga ukuthi uhambe uyosixoxela. Into yesibili uma isuke yenziwa akusuke kukhulunywa ngeperformance ukuthi umsebenzi usebenze kangakanani noma umsebenzi akasebenzanga kangakanani ukuze singayifaki ngoba ukunyuswa kwayo kwemali kwamaholo lokho kwenzeka iminyaka yonke okumalana necontract umsebenzi asuke isayinile nama negotiations asokenzekile. Le elinke entweni le xhumene nokuthi umsebenzi usebenze kanjani uyasebenza noma akasebenzi yini iloko esikubiza ngama performance bonuses lokho kusemandleni ethu kula kuthina uzokhumbula ukuthi abasebenzi baseThekwini siyabakweleta sike sakabakhokhela eminingi iminyaka lesisa sinamali ngenxa ya COVID-19 kanjalo nangesikhathi seyikhukhula nesikhathi azikhale ngenxa ukuthi besingenamali somkhandlu weTheku ngenzela ukuthi amakhansela mangabe akhulume ekhumbula ukuthi siqhamukaphi njenge-ANC ke siyayamukela futhi siyayisupporta kakhulu lesivumelwano esenzekile futhi siyayibophezela ukuthi njengomkhandlu weTheku sizoyikhokha injengoba injalo le mali siyinikeza abasebenzi ngenhlanhla ngesikhathi senza ibudget yethu sasifakile esabelweni seyimali le mali ngebazi ke labo abangayi-support vele ibudget ukuthi asiyifakile futhi i-within lesi sibalo ekade sisasikalile ngakho ke njenge-ANC siyasupporta kakhulu sithi abaqhubeka abasebenzi banyuselwe imali basebenza kanzima impela laba bangasebenzi kanzima ukhona umbhele ucity manager neqembu lakhe le manager kufanele ibheke ukuthi wonke umuntu usebenza ngesidingo esidingekile ngosuku siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, is the recommendations agreed?
Noted.
It's for noting. Thank you, Councillors. City Manager. Thank you. I will then request the Mayor to table the second report, His Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I table the second report of the Executive Committee to your Council.
Thank you, His Worship. City Manager.
Thank
Will
you,
please-
Honorable Speaker. On page 31, item 1 of the tabled second report is the report of the Community Services Committee from their special meeting, which was held on the 24th of the 5th, 2023. Item 1.1, request for approval for the Health Unit to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Chatsmead Candlelight Nursing School, FET, for clinical practical student placement. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On item 1.2, on page 33, is the request for approval for the Health Unit to enter into a memorandum of understanding with St. Mary's Hospital Nursing College, FET, for clinical student placement. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Are the recommendation agreed, Councillors?
Agreed.
Siyabonga, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 32, item 1.2, request.
It's 2.1.
Sorry, Speaker.
Page 32, 2.1.
Item 2 is the
2.1.
report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 24th of the 5th, 2023. Item 2.1, request for authority to enter into and sign a memorandum of understanding between the eThekwini Municipality and Warwick Zero Waste Project. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
On page 34, Honorable Speaker, item
34,
2.2,
33.
authority to enter into
33. 34.
Yeah, it's 34. Item 2.2, authority to enter into funding assessment with special rating area management companies. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
On page 35, Honorable Speaker, item 2.3, application in terms of section 26 of the eThekwini Municipality Planning Land Use Management Second Amendment Bylaw 2021, notice number 95 of 2021 for the amendment of the eThekwini Municipal Land Use Scheme, Outer West Sub-Scheme Section 7, Development Facilitation Table, Limited Commercial 2 Zone. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's proceed. City
Honorable
Manager.
Speaker, on page 37, item 2.4, request for authority to enter into a memorandum of agreement between the eThekwini Municipality and the South African National Roads Agency Limited. Committee recommends.
Item 2.4, are the recommendation agreed, Councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Page 39, Honorable Speaker, item 2.5, request for authority to renew a memorandum of agreement between the eThekwini Municipality and the Chemicals Industry Cluster for the implementation of the Chemical Industry Development Program. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Page 39, item 2.5. Are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Page 41, Honorable Speaker, item 2.6, scheme amendment in terms of the eThekwini Municipality Planning and Land Use Management Second Amendment Bylaw of 2021, notice number 95 of 2021 to introduce a new zone into the eThekwini Municipal Land Use Scheme, Central Sub-Scheme, Section 7, Development Facilitation Table, Special Zone, Beachwood Coastal Estate. Committee recommends.
Thank you. This is page 41. I want to be sure. Page 41, 2.6, Shompele?
Yes.
It's page 41, item 2.6.
Yes.
Yes, councillors, are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Proceed, City Manager.
Honorable Speaker, on page 45, item 2.7, approval of business empowerment and information dissemination program for the 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Page 47, item 2.8, approval of Green Bremen West Tuwamashu project finance agreement. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Page 47, 2.8. Are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
On page 48, Honorable Speaker, item 2.9, request for authority to receive funding and to enter into strategic partnership with food and beverages manufacturing sector, education and training authority to implement NVC business management skills project. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Page 49, Honorable Speaker, item 2.
Order. Okay, Councillor Kavenda.
Speaker, there's just an issue that we have with the next item, which is 2.10. If you can please allow us a 5-minute caucus.
Okay. Item, which page?
You're on page 49, item 2.10.
Page 49. 49, requesting a 5-minute caucus break.
Yes.
Yes, granted. 5-minute break.
Thank
Granted.
you. Thank you, Speaker.
We are on page 49, item 2.10. Thank you. Right. Have you found this? sores in my tongue and I'm feeling pain. I think the flu started to attack me 3 days ago, but I've been using some of the tablets you gave me before. But because of being busy, working all day, night, every day, today I'm outside from 7 to late in the evening. I can see that I'm not coping. Can I get a script urgently so that I will send my protectors to get the medication that I will take while I'm in the middle of the meeting for me to cope? I think it's a flu. So far it's only sores on my tongue and a little bit feel
support our environment for it to support us as well. So within there's also solid waste and tires that are thrown in there. So we come in to try and work within the project to try and remove all that and make our streams a better place, because we all want to go to the beach at the end of the day and swim in there. Taking care of our environment is everyone's business. It is indeed very pleasing to note that transformation has happened, and there's tangible results as we can see in our background. I wish to place on record my sincere appreciation to our chief sponsor, Salim Khan, who is our neighbor here, and he's taken it upon himself to give us moral, financial support so that this project can get off the ground. We've only got one environment, we only got one world. Let's do the best we can to keep it clean, maintain it. Let's live in a free, litter-free environment of which we can be proud of.
We are happy that today we are here to launch the opening of a training center by Fundamentum Foundation working with Definite. This training center is aimed at mobilizing local people to furnish them with relevant skills, especially on driving the big machines that will be operating in this site, also to get skills in relation to all construction work that will be done, because we want to see local communities to fully participate in building, in constructing this mall. So, and it's the mall and the hospital and other many industrial places. So we are happy, we are delighted that the investments in eThekwini are continuing to come, and we are looking forward to ensure that local communities fully participate in all the economic activities that will be taking place here, including developments of cabs, road cabs, and other material that will enable this development to continue.
Ngithanda ukuthatha leli thuba ngibonge uStefano Stokes nayo iTown West ngokuthi isinike leli opportunity lokuthi sifike sizotradewa la ekhaya.
Bengihlele ekhaya ngasebenzi, so kuyinjabulo kumina ukwazi ukuthi mengiqeda ngizothola umsebenzi la kwazi ukubeka impupho ekhaya. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Ngokuxhaswa iyona inkampani ekubambisene nayo umasipala sikwazile ukuthi lithole lethuba lokuthi sitrenelwe wona lama course lawa esizowenza la ekhaya.
There will be many opportunities. In total, more than 2,500 jobs that will be created on site here. So that will enable local communities to fully participate, even beyond construction,
there will be more jobs. So we support this initiative and we are here to give our thumbs up.
Standing on the world outside, caught up in a left slide, stuck still, colorblind. I'd be like, hoping for a black and white. I gotta be my love while you gotta be mine. Feel it falling from the skies above while you gotta be mine.
Councillors, let's come back, please. Let's continue the meeting.
Okay, sure. Niyaphila sisi wami? Hayi phila phila.
Yabona nje lo mncane.
So that we proceed.
the DA to reconsider our stance on how we were going to vote on the next item, and we will give you those, that input when the matter is tabled. Thank you.
Okay, okay, thank you very much.
Somlo.
There are few hands, Councillor Kuala, Zondi and Madlala.
Ndate Somlomo, sitesa sathi safuna ukubuka kahle le item. Ngokudideka sibe nakho ku page 49 kwi last table financial implications. Kwase iDA yasicela iCaucus. So okusididayo ke lapha ilama figures alapha ya. Asazi noma khona ongasilekelela kulabo ukuthi number of learners we have 100, status is unemployed, training duration will be 12 months, stipend per learner will be 36,000, total training cost will be 58,000. Mase sibala lapha inumber kuvele kusidideke mhlambe siyayidinga nje incazelo kahle.
Speaker, point of order.
City Manager, please
Speaker.
move with speed. Yes, Councillor Governor.
Sorry, Speaker, which item are we now dealing with? Are we going back onto
No,
an item that's already passed?
I was checking the item Kuala is referring to.
Point of before speak.
After Councillor Kuala was Madlala.
No, speaker, bengicela ukukhuluma kuqala noGwala ngoba ukhuluma endaweni wrong.
Ukwala sekhulumile khuluma. Oh, no, Zondi after Madlala, yeah. Councillor Zondi, sorry Madlala about that. Order, Councillor's order.
No, Speaker, besicela illegal opinion as ANC ukuthi khona into esingayenza ukulekelela ukuthi ukhansela umthetho wabuye endaweni yakhe uBhill aphindele emuva sisilekeleleke lapha.
Councillor Madlala.
Yebo speaker, ngiyabonga kakhulu. Cha mina bengifuna ukaddressa le matter ebeyirezwa ukhansela uGovernor malana nento yama caucus ngoba uyirezile and ubukeka serious ngayo ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi uma iparty icela iCaucus kuye kube sekuwukuthi ngesikhathi iCaucus umhlangano usuke uajenile okusho ukuthi abantu bayakwazi ukuthi baphume baye koyikhulula abafuna ukuphuza amanzi abagwinya amaphilisi kanjalo ngoba umhlangano usuke ungekho ngaleso sikhathi osekungaba iphutha ke ukuthi mhlambe uthola ukuthi abasasigcina isikhathi sokubuyela ngaphakathi ikona lokho esikakhuluma kuphela kodwa indlela seyibeka ngawo ukhansela uGovernor usebeka ngendlela sekungathi kufanele bangabe kukhona iphathi ecele kuyokhokasa bese niyasala nebe yiboshwa ke nina ke nihlale nikhungathekile nilinde ukuthi baze babuye akulona ngempela iqiniso lelo sesingaxolisa nje ukuthi mhlawumbe itiye besiliphuza lithe ukudlula ke esikhathini wabe sephatheka kabi bandla ukhansela lapha ngaphesheya siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, let's proceed. City Manager, we were in point 49, 2.10. Eh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 49, item 2.10, agri-processing investment.
Order Somlo.
Point of order, Councillor Madlala.
Councillor Kuala.
Oh, sorry, Madlala.
Somlomo, I think the concern I'm trying to address is very serious. Bengifisa nje mhlambe sidile nayo ngoba ukhansela uYogis uraise iCaucus singakaqedi ngale item where IFP had concern about numbers kwi-financial implication table. So besifisa ukuthi icace leyo nto ngoba ngokweyinamba leya 36,000 per stipend per learner out of 100
Point of
learners.
order, Speaker.
Isenza singalo.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Ntuli.
Yeah, cha Speaker ngenza ukuthi ngixolisa nje ukuphazamisa umhlangano ngifuna ukukhumbuza iCouncil ngoba we had a similar problem nathi la sifuna ukukhuluma ku-item owasekudlulwe kuyona.
Okay.
I-DA icela ukuphuma ngesikhathi siqala u-item 2.10. Now we are on 2.10 manje. Manje uKhansela uGwala umalume ngathi uyaphambuka lapha ngicela ukuthi umsize ngoba sogcina sibe nenkinga emhlanje ngiyabonga.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ntuli. I was listening to Councillor Gwala for him to finish his point. But I wanted to further clarify to him and Council that in all these items, if there is a speaker that has been submitted to me to debate on an item, that speaker will be given that opportunity to debate. Unfortunately, on the very same item where the DA requested a caucus, the IFP never submitted a speaker. Therefore, I wanted to clarify that to him. Then we'll proceed. Speakers will be allowed where speakers have been submitted. In items where there are no speakers, we won't take speakers in today's meeting. City Manager, let's proceed.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Nkosi.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that we have dealt with the item, but I need an assistant here. If council members or councillors in the council feels that there are irregularities in the item, is it a procedure just to pass like that? Because what Councillor Kwala is raising, it's a serious issue on financial implications. All what you need to do with city managers is to address the concern, and then we'll be fine with that. Thank you.
I agree with you, Councillor Nkosi, but in terms of our procedures, if an item has been in your agenda, you read your agenda, you take it to a caucus, you place a speaker on an item, so that when you address council, we are not inconsistent with our rules. That is why in all other items, we were inviting speakers that have submitted those, because if I allow speakers just to speak on the item that we have already dealt with, that is inconsistent with our rules. With due respect, I will request councillors to allow us to proceed to deal with other items, but points that are being raised concerns Councillor Nkosi, the city manager, and the team officials that are listening. I hope that matter can be addressed in another way. But in terms of being consistent with our rules, we can only debate a matter where speakers have been submitted. With due respect, councillors. City manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Sablo.
Yes, Councillor Kwala.
Yeah, Uguti, I don't recall this item in the previous agenda. That's why if you check, I say ukuthi la ma figures. Ngoba njengoba usho uqinisile, the name will be submitted to kube leya item bikho, but ayikho kulokho zona. So
Okay,
yikho
no.
sithi sine concern.
It's fine, you can check. You can
If
check.
you can refer me ukuthi kwi previous agenda, item ba.
You can verify that, City manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 49, item 2.10, Agri-Processing Investment Program and the partnership with the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa and the African Union. Committee recommends.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
City manager.
Page 51, item number 3, is the report of the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee meeting which was held on the 26th of the 5th, 2023. Item 3.1, request for authority
Sorry,
to
sorry, Samlo.
Let's allow the city manager to finish reading the item.
I think unfair.
No, Kuala, no. The city
Samlo, it's unfair ukuthi uqede nge-economic development
Kahle
local.
Kuala, listen, Kuala. The city manager is reading an item. Now, if you raise your hand on what, please be orderly. Let's allow him to read the item, then you raise your hand. Please. City manager, proceed.
A request for authority to host the 26th Annual Southern African Revenue Protection Association Convention on the 3rd to the 4th August 2023 at the Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center. Committee recommends.
Yes, Councillor Kuala, what do you want to say?
Samlo, angiboni ukuthi kuyi-justice ukuthi sidlule economic development report without a matter being addressed. Uma uthi wena lama item esikhuluma ngawo ama item e-continuity ye-meeting. Le item ayikho kwi-agenda ye-previous meeting. Hence, inama loophole. Esifisa ukuthi i-addresswe ngoba lama figures awabalance. Not unless mase siqhuba corruption ngenkanika.
You are referring to item 51, item 3.1.
Lena nje lokho ngivimbe kuyona ukuyikhuluma.
No, Councillor Kuala, we are in page 50.
Page 48.
No. City manager, proceed. Councillors, the recommendation agreed. Page 51, 3.1. Thank you, City manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 55, item 3.2, proposed road closure in the portion of the remainder of F1 of Durban. Committee recommends.
We are on page 55,
3.2.
I'm checking my list of speakers here. Page 55, item 3.2. There are no speakers. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Samlo.
Yes, Councillor Kuala.
Sacela illegal opinion kule item.
On which item? 3.2.
Le ngikhuluma ngayo ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi if an item is laid on the table, are we not allowed to have caucuses and deliberate on the item?
But Councillor Kuala, page 48, already we have dealt with that
But
item.
ufika namhlanje Somlomo
We
awukwazi
can't-
uhlale lokho zakho.
Order.
We have to submit amagama.
We can't take council back to an item that they have already dealt with.
No more suspend phela kunento.
Councillors, we're in page 55.
Somlomo ngicela illegal opinion.
3.2. Are the recommendation agreed? City manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 56, item 3.3, proposed alienation of F570, Duzuma by public tender. Committee recommends.
Page 56, councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Right, let me have the screen, please.
Item 3.3.
Right, let me have the screen, Secretariat, so that we divide the House. Councillors, we are in page 56, item 3.3. Those who are in support of the item, please raise your hands. Those who support the item. Asingavoti ngomsindo, asivoti ngezandla. Just raise your hands, keep quiet, please. Asingavoti ngomlomo, asivoti ngezandla. No, councillors, no, I'm serious, councillors. Stop what you are doing. Stop what you are doing. Respect your fellow councillors. Anyone here have a right to vote and not to vote. People must not be insulted by exercising their right, please. Kuyalunga. Are you done, Secretariat? On Sabal, okay. Thank you. Those who are against the item, those who are not in support of the item, thank you. Those who abstain, those who abstain. Thank you very much. Atek, please confirm whether you are in support, abstain, or against.
It's support.
In support,
Speaker.
thank you.
Yes.
Can you please add the numbers? Thank you. Those who are in support, 134. Abstain, 43. Against, 0. Therefore, the item is being carried through with the majority vote. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 57, item number 3.4, proposal for the granting of rights to use, control or manage a lease of F836 Duns Grant, being a consolidation of portions 17, 18, and 14, all of F16, in extent of 5,928 square meters, as depicted on plan number SJ4786/9, by way of a long-term lease, and to approve a road closure over F836 Duns Grant. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you. City Manager.
On page 58, Honorable Speaker, item 3.5, proposed long-term list of proposed FA and proposed list on proposed FA, even number 564, 565, and 566, all of following B, situated at number 24, Ndabezitha Road, for general business purposes, as depicted on SJ plan number 4758/7. Committee recommends.
Page 58, item 3.5. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, on page 59, item 3.6, request to amend start and end dates of the council-approved memorandum of agreement to be entered into between the eThekwini Municipality and the University of KwaZulu-Natal to address water and sanitation service delivery operational challenges. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Siyakubonga lokho.
Page 61, Honorable Speaker, item 3.7, proposed granting of rights of use, control or manage a municipal asset through a lease on site SA 824 over remainder of F10390 Durban, located at 85 Anton Lembede Street, as depicted on plan number SJ725/1. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed, councillors?
No.
There is an indication that not everyone in support of the item. Secretariat, let me have the screen, please. No movement, no movement. Doors are closed. When we are voting, we don't allow any movement so that there's no disruption. Those who are in support of item 3.7, page 61, please raise your hands. Those who agree with the item. Secretariat, please. Counts, no movement. Thank you very much. Those who are against, those who do not support the item. Thank you. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Siyabonga. Those who are in support of the item 133, those who are against 0, those who abstain 43. Therefore, the item is being supported by the majority. It will be carried through. Thank you. City Manager, let's proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 62, we now go to direct EXCO reports on Section 4, Item 4.1, review of the Audit Committee Charter and noting of the Internal Audit Unit Charter. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? It's for noting. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 4.2 is on page 63. It's the revised terms of reference for Governance and Human Resources Committee. Committee recommends.
Page 42, page 63, item 4.2. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Speaker, we're on the MPP.
Thank you very much, councillors. Apologies, I was just consulting my team to check whether lunch is ready. I received a confirmation that we can break for lunch. I will give you 45 minutes to go for lunch and come back and deal with the remaining item in our agenda. Thank you. Let's break for lunch, 45 minutes strictly. Thank you. Good one. They will agree with me. It is better to finish early today. But if people are sitting outside, is there a problem? Who's going to go without a quorum? Can we request whips of parties to invite councillors to come to the venue we are starting? Those councillors who are outside, please come to the venue. Uma khona basadla ngale, elithimi sicelele bona bangene ngaphakathi.
Sihlalo ethics mabisi. Mabisi sihlalo ethics.
Imanzi ama-prayer.
Mina ngathi imoto ihlala endaweni elokhiwe ngingabi manje sengibiza hike but then ngingakabi.
Good afternoon,
And
Vis.
if there was something that was to happen.
Good afternoon, Vis.
Bazofika balungisa wait ubile la bino. Bangakhokheleli into eyenzeke kaNongoma ngokuthi wena kwakha ikilo kuze umbili. Uthe awunje accident le yenzeke kaNongoma futhi nakhona ilo omunye umuntu eberong. Umuzi wami ungena hawu hamba bayobheka ekhaya bayindisele. Bafuna yonke into abangaphunyuka ngayo. Ngesinye isikhathi kuyitshela ukuthi basazokunika isikhathi sami bakhokhe. Nami yazi ngesikhathi ngikho-accident nje. Bathi nje bafuna ukungitshela but bakuhamba ngathi nje banganqabi ukuthi ngizokhokhela into engakhe isebenzise. Awu kwathiwa hayi khokha i-insurance. I-insurance iyona ebuka hawu lokhu kuncane. Manje angazi inhlezi angazi inkinga yabo yethu ka-ABSA mangabe ngifona bathi angisaveli ma-record ukuthi ngiyababona client elabo nani nani kodwa basayithatha manje sobe bengizindlela i-engagement uphole imali uma ithatha isona hayi khona azaqala ukushophi sefuna ngiphinde kade sefuna ngibe ungayidebezeleli ngicabezeli lapho kukhona abantu abasebeshaka ukuthatha
May I have your attention, councillors? Please take your seats so that we verify the numbers while we are contacting party whips to invite councillors to move to the venue. We are now starting. Those who are inside the venue, please take your seats.
Ngiyaphila manenekazi. Mayiphela i-meeting kusuke kubuhlungu izandla mne.
Hey, sir.
Njengoba thina kusuke kubuhlungu amakhala nje kunini izandla.
Izandla namahlombe.
Nayifundela le nto.
Yeah.
Uma ugraduate kuyona, ugraduate ngani?
Language practice, translation and interpreting.
I-degree.
Diploma 2, doctoral level 2.
Linguistics
Yes.
and translation. Ha. Up to PhD. Yini ehlukile manje mase sokwi-PhD than doctorate enkwazana?
So with the research person.
Oh. Nakhona uyenza kaso.
No, just do research. No matter with desktop, no matter we are Puma, we investigate or whatever, but research, purely research.
Ha. Nina ma-degrees.
Master
Linguistics.
language practice.
Imfundle kwefoni.
Kubona. Ake sibe kancane.
Nginomntwana ongakhulumi.
Ngathi ba inika indication yesikhathi, yes. Vele
Manje asicommunicate naye. Kodwa recently mayebonga bomnikezi isandla. Hayi bamshaya esikoleni engangemise khona.
I'm sure like physically.
Kunenkinga yokungakhona train yabo agriculture. Abantu abangenalo uthando lwabantwana.
But I call my special school for
Noma kusesikhathi yabona kwakuneyunithi ekuthiswa kune-Down syndrome manje ngoba iy'kole zabo zincane kuba neyunithi kuba
Wayefunda futhi wakho.
Please.
Kodwa Mdala manje una-15. Yabo abantu abaningi. Yabo nje mina sengifuna ukuthengisa. Yes, kube nama-facilities wonke uqasha ama-specialist. Uqasha umuntu ozomgada umntwana befuna abazofika endlini bamuse. Yabo ayalaza. Manje vele ubone mayigcine ubone eyishaya yena. Angiyazi nje usayine ngikholelwa kakhulu kwi-prayer. I know one day God will respond and He will respond.
Uyamazi ukhansela na?
Engiwanika zokwenza engiwathela. Engabe nje mhlawumbe bathi bajuqa wena. Bese kuphuza.
Thina kwakuwumanda,
let me have your attention. I can see that not all councillors are back. Other seats are empty, others are half empty. But at the same time, I just got the information that when we breaked for lunch, members of the executive committee had to urgently meet to process some of the report to be presented later when we are dealing with the in-committee items. It looks like they have not yet concluded, but I have requested them to come and join council because they decided to meet during lunchtime with an assumption that they will conclude their matters before the time allocated for lunch expired. They are not yet back. As you can see, all the executive committee members are still in their meeting, but I send someone to call them so that we start and finish the last two items in our agenda before we deal with the in-committee items. Then we are released while it's still early so that you prepare yourself for the long weekend. I'm waiting for my messenger that I've sent to the executive committee members to move back to the venue. Then we will start. The reason why I'm doing that is because the report that we have to be tabled in council, it comes from the executive committee. They must be here before council receive their report. And the chair of MPEC is also not in the venue. The report from MPEC have to be presented to council by him. It means the chair of MPEC is not here, members of the executive are not here, and their report have to be presented to council. I'm dealing with that. Councillors just give me a few minutes to get an indication from the members of the executive. Thank you.
honorable councillors. In the absence of the speaker, can we nominate the speaker? Can I get the nominees?
Order. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nobody had requested a caucus and the 45 minutes for lunch is up. Is there any reason why this meeting is being delayed?
Yes, Councillor Davis, maybe you were still outside.
Yes.
When I was explaining that during the lunch break, members of the executive committee had to deal with an urgent matter. They thought that
Oh, it's fine. I'm covered.
at the end of their lunch,
All right.
but I from their meeting now, I told them that they must move back to the venue so that we proceed. They said no, collective, they are coming.
Okay.
Let's just wait for a few minutes, then we will start. Thank you very much.
Don't forget to send a message along. Ngifuna nje ukusendela umfundisi okhululekisayo ukuthi ngiyambona usathini. Uthi ngilomjika stupid city manager. Wala futhi ngisho uRose engasaqoshwanga kodwa still usamkhosi. Wengisa phela manager gayela uMact engaqualify iBusiness. Abantu abakopheshona ubani udlame and selfie. Right? Well, I will speak about it. What shall I remember? Did I tell you? If you're not remember in the picture there. Never is the same killing as far as more to advance. She was more otherwise. Now she knows it's Bamshan. I was a book. I'm not so easy. I go up, and the suit. And it's still treasure.
Afternoon. As I explained to you, Councillors, that we are left with only 2 items. There is a report from the Executive Committee that the ESCO requested that the Speaker considered that report to be presented. I've then made a decision to accept that report, and that report I will request the Mayor, Councillor Nkosi Kaunda, to present the report. His Worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our apologies, as you have already expressed it, that we are still dealing with other matters. So thank you for accepting our apology. I wish to table the 4th report of the Executive Committee to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The 4th report of the Executive Committee is from their meeting of the 15th of the 6th, 2023. Item pertains to the noting of intention to utilize Section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 to amend contractors number 1A40924, 1A40925, 1A40926, 1A40927, 1A40928, all contractors, and contract number IS720, IS723, IS725, all for consultants for managing contracts and professional services for the ward-based community infrastructure projects in order to undertake emergency rehabilitation and construction of the sanitation and wastewater infrastructure that was damaged by floods. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Speaker.
Thank you. There's a hand. Councillor Pekte, Councillor Penn.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The laid-on table item has not been discussed. We ask for a 10-minute caucus to discuss the laid-on table item. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Penn. Councillor Penn? Oh, sorry, it's not Penn, yeah. Yes, Pulen.
He's much older than me.
Do you want to address Council or?
No, I noticed that it doesn't include any of the pump stations along the coast, and those are really suffering, and that's why we're having a lot of E. coli in the sea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You are requesting 5-minute caucus.
10.
Can I give you 5?
9.
9 is fine. Granted, Councillor Pekte.
There's a list there, Councillor Berke. I'm sure you saw it, of wards that you requested. It's already in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
That's Councillor Pullen.
Speaker, the ANC requests caucus as well.
9 minutes, like today.
We don't want to pick it back.
5 minutes. Granted, ANC.
Over izindlu ezili-22 ezalinyazwa yistorm. Sithi asibonge nje kumasipala ukuthi namhlanje abantu uyabakhipha endlini ezibhedayo ubafaka endlini eziphilayo. Siyazi ukuthi indlu emnyama ayinawo amandla yokuzakhela umuzi. Kodwa ke umasipala ulithathile lelo that initiative yokuthi abasize abantu abamnyama kuze nabo baphile impilo engcono. Sithi nje egameni lomphakathi ngiyawubongela umphakathi wala eziko eWard 93 ukuthi ubekezele isikhathi eside kangaka, ungalwi, ungashisi imathayi, ungashisi imigwaqo, ungashisi infrastructure, kodwa ubekezele umphakathi kuze uthole intuthuko.
Ngifisa ukubonga kakhulu indlame ngitholile enhle kakhulu la ekushuphela ungayiphuma kona. Ngibongela kumama ukhansela nomasipala weTheku, ngiyambonga kakhulu.
Ngibonga kakhulu into engenzele umkhandlu wamasipala. Into angenzele yona inkulu kakhulu isimangaliso. Ngangasazi ukuthi ngoze nami ngilale endlini engasephindiwe. Engeze ngihambe emhlabeni imile. Aze ngibone ujabule ongaka.
Ngiyacela ukuthi umphakathi ubekezele. Angeke bonke banele ngesikhathi esisodwa, kodwa kancane intuthuko izofika kubona.
Today we are visiting Unkanku housing projects, which is in Municipal in Ward 90. The project is going to have 360 units, and the plan is to have all units completed by June 2023. This project is intended to accommodate beneficiaries which are currently residing in the Municipal transit camp. The transit camp is around 500 meters from the site. So we'll move all beneficiaries by June 2023. We are working very close with Provincial Human Settlements Department and Electricity Department to connect all the 360 units. Some already are connected. And the other challenge that we had in the area is the sewer capacity. So we had to make budgets available in order for EWS to be able to construct a pump station to accommodate this project. So within the project area, there is a pump station which is going to service these houses. And then we'll be able to move beneficiaries once we have sewer connections, water meter installed, and electricity completed for all 360 units. And then we are going to demolish all the 360 transit camp facilities once we move beneficiaries in this area. And then we are planning to rehabilitate that area as it is environmental sensitive.
Project yethu ukuthi sibonile ukuthi indawo esihlezi kuzona zingcolile, zinama illegal dumping areas. Okudinga ukuthi sikhuthaze umphakathi wethu, siufundise futhi ukuthi uhlale endaweni ezihlanzekile. Inhloso yakho konke lokhu ukuthi sithi thina ukuhlanzeka kuseduze noNkulunkulu. uNkulunkulu wethu ufuna ubasihlale sihlanzekile ngaphakathi, sihlanzeke nangaphandle. Ngakho siyamema ukuthi onke amabandla babefundise endaweni ezehlukeneyo, abaholi bezenkolo bahlangane bathintane nomasipala ukuze indawo zethu zihlanzeke. Thina-ke njengabaholi bezenkolo sithi sikhona ukubambisana nawo wonke umphakathi uze phambili.
Kahle kahle ilonti le eyenzakalayo sibe nenhlanhla siwumphakathi waka Ward 46 ukuthi le launch yabefundisi izoqala la. Sila kule ndawo ebizwa ngokuthi uDabulamanzi Road. La khona kunomsele wamanzi agijimayo. Usuka phezulu endaweni ebizwa ngokuthiwa uMusa Road ngaphakathi kuyi-hostela lakwaMashu. Udotiki ubusukhiphela la. Gcina amanzi eblokheka kulomhosha azongena ey'ndlini ezabantu bese kugcwala amanzi ey'ndlini zabantu. Sicela umphakathi wakithi waka-Ward 46 ukuthi asizigcineni iy'ndawo zethu zi-clean. Indawo e-clean uNkulunkulu uyayithanda. Siyawunqenqa-ke umphakathi wethu ukuthi udoti ukhiphe ngesikhathi esifanele. Uma imoto ezothutha udoti ifika kule ndawo ngoLwesibili noma ngoMsombuluko, asenze njalo ekuseni ukuze iy'ndawo zethu zigcineke zibe clean.
Decided to conduct this kind of operation in this area in order to reduce the number of complaints that we received from the public, ranging from the snatch of cell phone, illegal firearms, drugs, and murder that are taking place in these areas. So working with SAPS, with other role players, we ensure that this kind of robberies and kind of crime will be reduced. We're going to conduct this kind of operation not only in this area, but we're also moving to areas such Inanda, Kwandengezi, Emlazi, wherever we're getting complaints, this kind of operation will be conducted. We also want to ensure that there is strict compliance to our city bylaws. We also want to ensure that the flow of traffic in this area is being respected. We deploy our footmen, our traffic wardens to ensure that the traffic is flowing. There is no one who's obstructing others. There is a lower rate of crime. Working together, we are ensuring that these things will conquer the crime in this area.
Check if you can see the serial number. If someone can just run the serial.
Sibenenkinga yamanzi la kade singenawo nhlobo amanzi. Kodwa-ke selokungenile-ke inkontraki yaqala yakhanda. Lokhu ithemba selibuyile ngoba amanzi ey'ndaweni ey'ningi asebuyile. Kodwa kuzofanele ngikusho ukuthi abakhona angabi khona, abekhona angabi khona. So kulabo abasanempatho ukuthi basawathola iy'nsuku y'landelana. Ngiyacela nje kuphela ukuthi bawaphathe kahle. Baqhubeke futhi bawabeke amanzi endlini ngoba azoba khona, angabi khona, abe khona, angabi khona. Umsebenzi awukakapheli. Kepha lana nje ukuthi isimo esiphuthunyiwe ukuthi ake kube khona lokuncane esikutholayo.
So nje sengwa kakhulu, we excited sigeze ngamanzi namhlanje, saphuza amanzi kade yenzeka, so sijabule nje kakhulu. So angakwazi ukukhombisa ukuthi hayi ziyasha sinamanzi, sijabule nje kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu umasipala ngokuthi asisize. Sibone ikhansela lethu nje kakhulu because kwathi lekwenza lento kanje quickly kwakufuneka imoto zamanzi ayithola futhi zamanzi ngokushesha futhi. Siyabonga. So nabanye amangabe amanzi ngakalukhulu ngafika azofika. So siyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu kumasipala weTheku ukuthi naye ayisukumele le ndaba agijime ngoba ngempela kunzima ukungathi.
Nurses Day is a day that we celebrate nurses worldwide. It's a day that we as nurses should remember the pledge that we have taken and uphold this pledge.
You know, at the end of the day, when you have actually made a difference in somebody's life, positive impact, at the end of the day, you go home, you come to that point where you actually think, I have made a difference in that person's life.
That's a very special moment to the nurses. That's when they go back to the days when they took the oath of becoming a nurse. You know, when you look at the candle light during the Nurses Day, it reminds them who they are, that they are actually the light. When the patients are sick, they are ill and weak, a nurse will always come and shine that light. It tells the nurse that you are a light in a patient's life, especially even a PHC. Even when you go down to the ICU, someone that is not able to talk to you, someone that can't even look at you, someone that can't say, I'm in pain, you come as a nurse and shine the light in that patient's life.
It's also rewarding in the sense that I meet new people with different cultural diversity, so you learn about different people that come from different places. In turn, you learn about different places.
If anything has taught us when it was COVID-19 pandemic, which we still have going on, it was that the nurses are really the front line. When people are trying to run and hide, we run towards the problem.
Happy Nurses Day!
Ngenelwa amanzi esitamkoko. Isitamkoko sigcwele yonke indlu. Manje sasesicela abakwamasipala bazosiza. Sebefikile, sebesikhiphela amanzi egcwele indlu. Sesiyabonga usizo lwabo ngendlela sebesize ngayo.
Namhlanje sihlanganile la e-Ottawa Tunnels Agri-Park Incubator Program ye-Enterprise Development whereby besizosiza abalimi aba-45 ekubanikezeni izinsiza zokusebenza abalimi ababalela kuma-commodities ahlukahlukene iy'tshalo abafuyile namhlanje ngoba sila e-Ottawa siyaqhubeka siya eMbumbulu eSouth Region nakhona sobe siyonikezela ama-pharmacy ama-starter pack phinde futhi qhubeka uhambo lwethu libheke eWest eCato Ridge la khona siyosiza futhi ama-pharmacy ngemikhiqizo ehlukahlukene namhlanje sinikezele ama-cooperatives awu-45 insiza kusebenza esibala kuzona amageja amabhala ama-growing medium nakona konke okuzobasiza ekuthenini kona wonke ama-project wabo baqhubeke basebenze babe sustainable kuma project abakuwona. I-Enterprise Development Program lo izoqhubeka for izinyanga eziwu-12 sibambisene no-summit.
So we have seen today the private sector, OCMH to Aboninen and Leicester, Nedbank as our partner, a green part. So it's going to be scaling our co-op on personal finance to bookkeeping, finance and business, because we're moving co-ops from being subsistence farmers to be agripreneurs that are focusing in the agri space. We've got Microsoft that is coming to do digital skills. We saw Department of Science and Innovation that comes with its sister units like Agriculture Research Council, CSIR, SANEDI, and other people that are going to be coming here to look at these small-scale farmers. So we believe the journey has begun. We have engaged with Amakos, Nkosi Maphumulo, Nkosi Qwabo, Nkosi Mngcobo, Amakhosi amaningi, Nkosi Mkhize, Emfeni nakiphi to say sicela umhlaba sifuna ukutshala. And phase 2 is where we now go to umhlaba yamakhosi ethe ukuba mkhulu kunalabo 2 hectare no 3 hectare abakhona ngaphakathi eThekwini.
Sibonga kakhulu uxhaso esilitholayo kakhulukazi ku-summit okuyena osivulelele lithuba. Ngokulalela kwami ngizwile ukuthi kuningi esizokuthola through u-summit. So siyabonga kakhulu, sibonga kakhulu. Sanda yivika ikhanda.
We are at Malinga Road in the Montville Township. Indeed, we have seen major facilities along this road. In less than 24 hours, we as the Water Sanitation, the Sanitation Operations Department, we managed to mobilize the citizens in the Scottish to represent the ground. In less than 24 hours, we managed to secure to arrest the source facilities. In terms of national environmental management this is a gross frustration for somebody to admit and create such a situation like weakness in this area. In that sense, we actually call upon
uthi
Vuma banene, vuma banene. Vuma banene. Boza banene.
wayilamula. Wayilamula bathi bazomthinta ekuseni babona ukuthi ama-levels asengekho ngoba iselile isonto manje. And abantu manje bayakhala.
Manje abantu basaplawa ngani?
Uyafika eyodwa izolo izothathenga nayo yaphela manje angakwazi.
Thank you, councillors. Let's request those who are outside to come back because the Democratic Alliance, they finished their caucus. Councillors, those who are outside,
Manje kufika
i-area yethu ibroad iyofika 1 izolo ntambama. Enye ifika ngala ngithi umgwaqo uthi kwaqhufika so enye i-cateration abantu abangala inkinga nalabo besiba khona le enye ifika ntambama ifike isizodwa ukubala sesejinayo kodwa kukhona indawo iningi engala abangathi kukhona umzomusha abantu abafanele behle umgwaqo uwodwa ungena uwodwa kakhulu so kufanele behle besuka phezulu laphana bezowathola ingaqweni. And ukuphuka ukuthi lo ophezulu lapha ufike ezansi awasekho kumele ukuthi akaphelanga asuka ezansi samtshela ukuthi siyeza azoma ngakweni ngapha esitopini alini and mase ufikile izibe kuhlungu inhliziyo ngoba manje ufika sekuliwa abantu sebepanga amabhakede wenza yonke into kanti asifanele ukuziphile kwesikhathi esikanjalo manje.
So lento ibe ne-problem emva kwe-pump station esentuzweni.
Kodwa bephela vele kwakunewater ration iqalela ngithi so nje ubona nendawo ekade yaphela khona manje ngisho ngisho lapha flash kade yaphela khona sazi ukuthi yini inkinga bashiphelwa yini abantu abawazi imoto nje ihlezi so indawo
baphila ngama-water tanker
for more than 5 years more. Nangane kaMama Mreki waziwathenga ngoJojo about 3 ngoba ake buye ebusuku ngo-12 uthola ngo-5 asekuleliwe so usedipende ukuthi mebuyile ubona ngesikhathi
manje bese bekha khona abantu
siyamcela ukuthi bakwazi ngoba ubunye ubeke emgaqweni
abantu uMama Mreki uyini
she's just awugugile manje umdala
but uyishabasheni zomphakathi
uyi-activist no just an ordinary person hayi uyasiza phela laba abangakhona sendaweni esamcela nathi ukuthi kuyenza wathi ayikhinkeni ungama nje othanda usiza
mina angiyazi ukuthi njengoba nje Sunday siya kwa-BBT abantu ba-BBT bethu basaplaya ngama-water tanker and bayakhala la abantu ngibona ka-BBT ngibona abantu abakhokha ama-rate phele manje ngibona abashayeli la abantu bakwezini
khona omunye waziwabuza sekakuthi sivalele amanzi sivalele ugesi kodwa asinawo kade ngiyokhokha u-6,000 ukuthi bangivalele amanzi kodwa anginawo umsonto lonke amatolebhulana siwazakanjani ukuthi ngaphandle
ngeke zabe khona la kodwa futhi ephophile
angazi ukuthi singasiza angazi kodwa kufanele sibe nama-constant engagements lapha ezikho nayo just to-check isimo sale ndawo lenganawo amanzi
umbuzo wokuthi kwaphela mina ngazi ukuthi into eyamanzi esenyameni
thina sifola under inkosi
sengiyabala across the city esengonyameni namaphutha iwabhibhi
kwezinye indawo intuzo imali aseyaba khona kodwa nakhona bekuphela isonto lonke ukuthi awekho next week athi usazokhona Monday to Wednesday and then aphinde aqale phansi ukuthi angabi khona kuze kufanele ulinde umpompi ngoba uphume amanzi angcolile ukuze aklineke Yabona ukuthi
Ukuthi amanzi ajabulela.
Yabo. But kodwa ngoba bathola
But uyazini kufuneka thenge first. Manje inkinga basithi sithenga ama-water centers. Balimaza indawo eziningi, so yabo. I think lana nje sidinga intelligence ukuthi sisilekelele ngoba ngiyayisona ukuthi khona abantu
mabo nami ngiyasola ukuthi hayi engabe ukuthi lezi consent ngisasho khona eyenza ngoba uzothola ukuthi engineer bahambe ufike bona ukuthi udayisa right once bafika basala
Councillors, please take your seats. Councillors, let's take our seats so that we we proceed and conclude the agenda. The DA and the ANC requested the caucus. I will allow them to report back to council. Then we proceed with the item that was already presented by the mayor to council. Let me start with the DA to report on the outcome of their caucus. Order, councillors, order. Yes, DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our caucus was very successful, and once the proceedings come to a calm...
Sorry, Councillor, councillors, we are in council meeting now. Those who are still taking their seats, please do that quietly. Councillor Mabaso, Councillor Mabaso. Councillors, please be quiet. We are starting now. Councillor Pekte.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our caucus was very successful, and once the proceedings start, our report back will start with a reference back to committee. Thank you, Chair.
For the item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. ANC. Report back.
No, siyabonga kakhulu Speaker. Cha, sikhulume njenge-DA nje nathi. No, that is on a later note. No, thank you very much, Speaker. We were using the opportunity to deal with the housekeeping for the in-committee section of this meeting. So there's not much to report. It was for housekeeping issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a proposal from the Councillor Pekte to refer the item back to the committee. Before I allow her to convince council, can I get the indication whether is the proposal supported?
No.
Is not supported. Let me have the screen first. That's fine. Councillor Pekte, let me allow you to present your reasons to council before we vote.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The proposal is that the item be referred back to the Committee of Human Settlement and Infrastructure for oversight, deliberation, and further recommendations on the item. Clarity on the financial implications and the block sums are required, including the full schedule of all 111 wards and the projects. Chair, it is here, it's myself and seconded by Councillor Yogas Governor. Oh, you gave me the wrong document. I do apologize. We'll just rewrite that one quickly. Can you just give me my green one back? Thank you very much. I'll just write exactly the same wording. That's when you're under pressure. Chair, it's become very common to find items from the Human Settlements Committee coming directly to EXCO and to Council, as opposed to going to the committee where it should be fully deliberated and, as we said, investigated and come with a full recommendation, first to EXCO and then to Council. We get these late on table items, which have got huge financial implications, where we have a couple of minutes to make a decision, right or wrong. And it's not always that one does not agree with what is said, but sometimes one does in disagreement with some of the points, and then for the reason of it not being clear. You take the report in front of us, for instance, there's some of the ward numbers that are incorrect. You would place a place like Peach Palm, which indicated in Ward 51, which is actually in Ward 50. So one would have to wonder, how did this report pass through if people didn't see that? You would also have to ask the unclear, these contracts only draw to an end in November 2023, which is still a month or two away and in the new financial year. Why the urgency? Why has that not gone to committee?
Order, Chair.
Point of order. Councillor Kaunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think as a chair of ESCO, I have a responsibility to correct the version that is being presented before the council. This report does not require any decision. It's for us to note the process which we have resolved that it should be undertaken by the department, because section 1163 of the MFMA requires that when you extend the scope of the contract, you need to go out for public consultation. And this report that is before us is for us to note it, because we don't get involved in issues of contracts as councillors. So we need to allow the process, because this money we are talking about is part of the money that was allocated for the flood damages in this municipality. As a result, the report on its own, it says that we need to note that the public process, consultation process have been undertaken as required by the law. So for us as councillors is to say, we note that process which we decided, because there was a report where we said they must go through that process of 1163 of the MFMA. So I don't think that is for us to allocate project, it's for us to ask the wards, which ward and all of that. This is the report that requires, there were no comments from the public consultation. That's what the report that is before us, Honorable Speaker. So let us not allow us to be all over and put our emotions. Thank you.
Councillor Pete, continue with your motivation.
Thank you, Chair. I was not aware that I was finished with the referral back. I thought that, so it seems like we're on open debate on the substantial item already, because I was still doing my motivation, and now the mayor seems to have now been starting to debate the content of it. And that's the reason why we asked for a referral back. It's still too unclear. When we're going to debate the substantial item, we are also going to ask, where does this money come from? Because it doesn't seem to add up. We're going to ask for elaboration on percentages. And those are the type of things that we should be doing in committee, so that we can clarify that prior to it coming here, and people are, like the mayor says, all over the show, because the reason is it's crammed into a very short time and doesn't give people to properly interrogate. So we ask for a referral back. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me have the screen, please.
Mr. Speaker, are we not allowing a discussion or debate on the reference back? It's a new item that's been put to the council now, the reference back. Surely there should be a debate on the argument that's being presented by the DA?
No, in terms of the processes, currently, Councillor Beck was motivating why he suggests the reference back. Then once we have voted on that item, then we are going to deal with the matter. That way I'm going to take speakers. Let me allow Councillor, Mr. Sengit Council, Head Legal to address Council. Jomane.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. Before the honourable councillors vote on the issue of a reference back, I just want to make a point that that exercise would be a futile exercise, because it's not for the council to take a decision to approve or not to approve. That decision belongs to the BAC. What the council can do is they can make whatever reservations they have known, for those reservations to be conveyed to the BAC when it considers the matter. But if you feel strongly that you have to vote on reference back or on this issue, when you don't have the competence to take a decision on contract extension matters, you may do so. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's welcome the guidance from legal. This is a matter that came to council before it was approved by council. Today, it is here for noting. The proposal to refer it back, even if we vote or not, is unnecessary. For us is to note the report and allow relevant bid committees to process the matter. What will happen now after getting that guidance, we won't going to vote on the matter, but what I will do, I will take those hands who want to make a contribution to the discussion. But while we are making that discussion, you must know that those discussions have got nothing to do with whether the process should continue or not, because it was approved long time ago by council. It here because of the relevant section in our MFA that it need to be noted by council if there's such extension. Let me take those hands, then we note the item and move forward. Councillor, I'll start with you, Bekte, Kavenda, Kambule, then Councillor Opega, then Councillor Reddy, then Councillor Madlala, then Kaunda. Councillor Bekte.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Going back to it, let's get a little bit of clarity on this document. When it was tabled to EXCO, it was made quite clear that it is a 20% adjustment which will leave it under the threshold for BAC, so it would not have to go back to BAC, but it can be implemented. So one would have to get clarity on how that then affects the fact that BAC would make the final decision. That's what the DCM said this morning. They kept it at a threshold. Then we'd also have to look at how the money is derived. We come at an amount of 330 million, which then quite rightly says, though, in notes, the CIP projects for the 23-24 financial year is to be consolidated for the work to be carried out for the 3 million per ward allocation. So one would have to ask, so the money has been taken from the ward block sums, and if you take 333, that's 111 wards, and that's how the money is made up. What gets left over for the other wards? Is everything then being consolidated to do the extension of these 116 projects? It's also come to our attention that some of this work has actually already been done. The contractors haven't been paid, and the contractors are now retrospectively, money has been sought to be able to pay these contractors, and the work has already been done. In other instances, work has been done halfway, work has been stopped, and it's now been reprioritized to something else. The other question is, how does this priorities done? Because where we've got the biggest problems is the outfall towards our coastal wards. That's where the sewage is, and that's where it's compromising the ability of the city to host tourists. Yet we see none of those coastal wards being mentioned here. It's the wards that are one back. I'm not saying without exception, but in 99% of the cases, it's not coastal wards. One would also have to ask, how do we come with a 20% adjustment, but we end up with contract 273 that shows a 271.61% of the total extension. And then in terms of the budget, we're back to that. If we can have an explanation a bit, we're back to the 3 million, and in the budget it was said that in some wards it will be reduced to 1 million, and some of the money will be transferred to other wards for specifically these type of projects, the reinstatement of infrastructure. But 333 divided by 111, that's 3 million. Where's the remnant that then remains, as we said in the budget? I'm just looking through myself here, and then like some areas, none at all. You take areas like, for instance, Chatsworth, where there was extensive damage. It's an whole area. It's not even to say that we are doing it here and there. If you look across the board, it's 1 year, one there. And how did this get prioritized? So at the end of the day, yes, I hear what the mayor says, it's already gone there. I hear what legal says, it's gone to BAC. But can you understand the voids that are in this? There's gaps as big as you can't believe. We seek clarity on how this is going to be done, how it's been implemented so that it benefits all the people, not only some of the people, and how was the priorities done, and exactly how are you going to distribute 333 amongst 100 and derived from 111 to fill the gaps, and what gets left over for the rest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavenda.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm going to be brief. Speaker, I think what has raised the first red flag is the Mayor getting very emotional about this item. And, you know, midway through his little rant there, he became a bit arrogant in terms of telling us how we should be dealing with this matter. I don't think that was well received. The second thing is that the second red flag is it seems like this item is being bulldozed. Yes, we all now know that it is for noting, but what is the rush? When this matter was placed at Exco this morning, we were literally given 2 minutes to skim through it. And if you look at the extensive financial implications, I don't think that we've done justice to this item. We note that the item is for noting, but do you expect us to note something that is so scant, vague, and somewhat confusing to an extent? In Exco, despite the request from the DA, you guys refused to unpack the financial implications and the variances that are tabled in that table. Now, these are contract extensions, we understand, but why is the committee that is charged with dealing with these types of items deprived of doing their interrogations and scrutiny of this particular item? Why would you refuse this critical committee the opportunity to properly interrogate this report and tell you where you think it should be made better and better representations being made? I think certainly this conduct and the way this matter is being bulldozed, especially in light of this only expiring in November, raises some serious questions. Thanks. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kaveda. Councillor Kambole.
Sibonge kakhulu, Speaker. As an EFF, siyawamukela le report and say note with appreciation. So we understand why it delay abakwethu ngala cause mawubheka indawo ezithintekele kakhulu lezi zabantu bakithi abamnyama. So ingakho kwenziwa yonke lento sidilwa lo mbiko. Okunye okuswalisha kakhulu ukuthi ke kufana ngabe kade yenziwa le intervention. So delay kakhulu ekutheni si implement. Esikhathini esizayo kuyofanele sheshe sizisheshise izinto ezikanjena ngoba uma ubheka endaweni zabantu bakithi abamnyama bayahlupheka kakhulu abanamanzi nesuwi igijima emgaqweni. So siyafisa ukuthi esikhathini esizayo masihlangabezana nezimo ezikanje sheshe si-act kuzona kungaze kwenze umonakalo omkhulu kakhulu. Kodwa siyakunotice ukuthi abanye bozakethu bayidelay uyezwa nangendawo abazikhotha ukuthi indawo ezingenazo inkinga kakhulu. So lokho sikuqaphela siyakubuka kakhulu siyabonga Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lukubheka.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Action SA, anything that has to restore the sanitation, the wastewater infrastructure that was damaged during floods, will fully support it. In one reason, Speaker, sometimes we focus more on negative things. And as Action SA, maybe one will request that when we do this project, sibe more on accountability so that service delivery that need to be put to the people of eThekwini isheshise. So I fully agree with my colleague from the EFF that this project needs to continue, but with a full accountability from all the people who are responsible for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reti.
Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the issues that's being raised here are critical, especially to our communities, including the area where I live in. There's damages done during the floods which have not been repaired as yet. However, these are opportunities where we need to be guarded against. As councillors, we play an oversight role. The report that's before us is very, very shabbily written. And because of this, I don't believe that we understand the critical nature of this, but we should not be held with a gun at our heads. You see, I believe that the committee should have some input into the projects. In noting the report, I think that we can still find a way around this, where this report can still go to the Infrastructure Committee, where this can be interrogated further, and a breakdown, especially of these global sums, can be discussed. I mean, nobody denies the fact that committee has the responsibility to make input on the specific projects, so I believe that that can be accommodated, Speaker. If it's not, then I'm going to be voting with the DA across. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mgwengwe.
Asibonge Somlomo. Nakuba besingenekho isidingo esingakanani usikhulumele lo daba. Kodwa ke kuyathusa ukuthi uma kufanele kube nezinqumo esizithathayo bese sifuna ukukhuluma kakhulu ngezinto ezenzeke kwi-ESCO lasuke sikade singekho khona. Udaba oluphangi kwethu udaba olubalekile ngoba uma siphasisa lolu hlelo le contract le report yanamhlanje sokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi eindaweni ezithintekile njoba ke kubalulekile ukuthi kahle kahle ukuyo addressa udaba lwama floods la khona ingqalazinda yalimaze kakhona okuyinto ethinta isanitation okuyinto ethinta amapayipi amanzi siyabona ukuthi khona abanye kulomhlangano wethu abangafisi ukubona into yaphambili ukuze bahambe bekhuluma ukuthi akwenziwa lutho sithi ke njengokhongolose siyawusupporta umbiko siyawunota as kufanelekile siyabonga.
Kadri Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu speaker ohloniphekileyo. Cha kuliqiniso ukuthi umele sivume ukuthi lolu daba beluze kuthina ukuze silibone nje ukuthi lwenzekile siphakamise ke ikhalazo la singase sibe nezikhalazo khona mhlawumbe akulunganga lapha yana lapha ya mhlawumbe futhi kufanele umuntu asho ukuthi njenge ANC asinayo ngisho nakancane inhloso yokuthi kube khona imibiko ezothi mayifika la kwikhansela ifike isiphelelwe isikhathi okanye sijahile ngalendlela kodwa nathi siwamukelile umbiko ngenxa yokuthi besiqonda kahle ukuthi kudingeka kangakanani ukuthi kwenziwe inhlelo zokulungisa ukuthi kube khona indawo la khona kuphela khona ukugxaza kwamanzi kungabikho kwamanzi emizini kanjalo nokugxaza kwendle eindaweni ezahlukahlukene ngakho ke yonke imizamo efuna ukuya lapho sibuyisela eceleni ukuthi ize kahle noma izangani kahle sifocus kakhulu ekutheni na umzamo usuyenziwe into leyo ukuthi imali iqhamukephi ngicabanga ukuthi ngoba abanye bethu bafuna ukuthatha indaba ekade sizixoxa lapha ya kwi-executive bazozixoxa la umuntu uzosalisa enihleplela nje ukuthi ubuziwe lo mbuzo umntaka Mnguni uGumede wayichaza le ndaba uCFO wathi le mali iqhamuka endaweni ezahlukene eyokuqala ile ivesi allocated uyakhumbula ukuthi sake sa allocate imali la bathola ngathi inhlelo zethu zayingaqondile kahle zokuyispend sahamba sayo apply extension sayinikezwa lo extension now ke enye ke ingxenye yale mali esikhuluma ngayo iqhamuka lapho ngaze maku 180 something million rands into yesibili ukuthi kwathiwa kusho le council yathi asizame ukuthi sisebenzise inkontraka ezikhona ukwenzela ukuthi lento ethatha isikhathi eside lento yaka SCM ingasilibazisi kakhulu kwavunyelwana futhi ukuthi asisebenzise lezi inkontraka kuthiwa ama CIP kodwa ngenxa yokuthi iscope sabo sasingavumile ukuvuleka kakhulu kwadingeka ukuthi kube khona i-extension ezokwenziwa leyo extension ke leyo ya-advertiswa yeza la kuthina sayivuma ya-advertiswa sekubuya umbiko ke manje ukuthi kubuyeni la kade ku-advertiswa khona manje usuyasimangaza lo mbiko manje ngathi umbiko omusha kanti outcome yeprocess ama-processes ethu lawo into yesibili into yokuthi into yokuthi iyakuziphi indawo kwesinye isikhathi uma ngabe sihleli la samalunga alomkhandlu kufanele siphume kulento yegodi samakhansela eTheku kade ngiremarka nje kumakhansela eANC eliyasixoxela ukuthi nginewadi la ngiqhamuka khona mina kodwa kwesinye isikhathi amakhansela angazi nalo ukuthi ngiqhamuka kuphi wadi ngoba nakuba kubalekile ukuthi uyiprioritize indawo uqhamuka kuyona kodwa not at the expense of the greater good yedolobha lilonke lezi indawo zahlukaniswa ukuze sikwazi ukusebenza kodwa ekugcineni thina nje wasihleli la samakhansela eTheku kufanele si-approve ibudget ezohamba yokwenza intervention lapha nalapha ngenzeka ukuthi ibudget osoyi-approvile solokufikile la bengaka-intervene ngakini kodwa kubaluleka ukuthi intervene la kufanele intervene khona ngakho-ke akuphela kwebudget le efuna ukukhuluma ngezinto zamanzi akhona namanye sazoqhubeka siwa-approve njengoba kade sa-approve ibudget enkulu ezoqala manje ngoJulayi ziningi kakhulu izinto ezokwazi ukuyikhava lezo le iyaqedela nje umsebenzi obosekhona and indawo lezi eyi-critical siyi-ANC siyayisupporta kakhulu le report sithi cha kulungile ayihambe phambili si-understanda kahle ukuthi ngisho ngabe besingayisupporta ayikho into ebesizoyenza ngoba it's a process nje kufanele sibikelwe ngayo hayi ngoba kufanele sithathe isinqumo ngayo ngoba ayiyona ezandla zethu iMFMA yasikhipha ekutheni sithathe lawo ma decisions asethathwa umhlekazi lo lapha eceleni kwakho speaker nebandla lakhe laka SCM. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Council Counter.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo ungikhavile uCouncil Madlala kakhulu 100%.
Yeah, councillors, is the report noted? Thank you very much. We are now moved to the MPEC report. I'm sure the chair of MPEC is ready to present the report. MPEC report.
Somlomo.
Can I have the chairperson of the MPEC to present the report to council? Council Kuma?
Council, Somlomo.
There is a hand somewhere. Who's talking? Yes. Council Dlamini.
Somlomo. On behalf of the committee, Noslalo Somlomo, sinama reporti awu 3. Swabiza ngokuthi ama quarterly report. Eyokuqala Somlomo eka 31 December 2022, first report.
Point of order, Somlo.
Yes, Council Kwala.
Fisa ukusheka ngoba bengakaze ngilove le council. Do sesinomunye chairperson we committee le.
No. Council Dlamini, proceed.
Cha ngiyabuza Somlomo ngoba ngikhumbula kuxuma.
Council Dlamini, proceed.
Somlomo, in the first report of EMPEC, we are actually putting an emphasis that as a committee of MPEC, we are a committee of council. So time to time, quarterly, we have to report in this council for any progress that we have made in our committee. Firstly, UCOCTA gave us the tool of doing the assessment and the functionality as a committee. So we have actually successfully used that tools based on unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure. As you know that this committee, the primary objective of the committee is to try and minimize these irregularities. So as the committee, we have managed in the first report to tackle 100% of irregular expenditure. So meaning the committee is at work as per requirement. But what we want to put an emphasis to a council, the members of this council, we are pleading with Speaker's Forum as they've deliberated in a COCTA meeting to give a support in this committee, City Manager as accounting office, as well as the mayor, as the person who's in charge of the council. We actually pleading with them to give a support in a manner in which whatever reports that comes to a council will be able to yield what is expected of the committee by a council. But we can proudly say in the activities that we have done, interrogating the different units through the senior officials, it means there is a progress going forward. As I've been mentioning that we have managed 100% in terms of the work that we have been doing. The only plea with the council is to note the first report with the attachments that are given in this report, together with the second report, because it's illustrating the same, if you can go through to the report, as well as the third report. But in the third report, I'm sorry to be fast, I'm sure you do have the copies. In the third report, there is a sum up of chair of a committee, together with the committee, where he was trying to express that in as much as seems to be not easy, but we have seen the light in the end of the tunnel, meaning all the officials that we summon, they are cooperating with the assistance of the people that I've mentioned earlier on in the first report and the second report. But we want to actually give the council that the committee, in terms of members, it's still the members that you know. In terms of attendance, I'm talking about the third report now. It's tabulated that the attendance seems to be not poor. It means the committee is active. The role of the committee, as you know, its primary function of the Municipality Public Accounts Committee is to help the council to hold the administration and municipality agencies and entities, referring to Abo Shaga, Shaga Marine Team World, as well as the ICC and Moses Mabhida Stadium. We are actually on the process of finalizing some of the reports that is actually giving. This is why we are saying 2.4 is summary of committee activities. We have managed our report about 53% in terms of numbers, our deliberation of meetings 9%, interviews 43%, hearings 4%, where people they come in the committee, briefings still 1%. Those witnesses is still none now, but we are hoping that they will come for very soon, because they will assist the committee to accomplish what is required of this council. So in this report, we are pleading the council to note it, though we are saying we are not happy in some of the things that are happening, particularly between us and the units of the city, where we are still seeking all the information that we've already given to them, that they must go and give us a feedback on whatever that we have integrated. In fact, we've interviewed them in connection with irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure. So we like the council to note these 3 reports. We'll come with a detail. 4th report. No, it's...
Thank you. Thank you.
No. We are appealing that the council should note these reports. We'll come with details in the next quarterly.
Thank you, Councillor Dlamini, on behalf of the chair of the committee and the committee members for this 3 reports. Councillors, are the 3 reports noted?
Noted. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pector.
Thank you very much. Out of respect for Councillor Dlamini, I didn't call for a point of clarity or point of order, but I would like to get clarity. And with due respect to Councillor Dlamini, we served a long time together, but the report that he just tabled to us, he was not a part of that committee. and he was not one part of the compilation of that report. And one would have to ask, how is it that one can speak with insight and with authority of a report that you were neither part of drafting, neither part of the interrogation of those matters, yet are handing a report that the council has to be accepting? I do not feel that to be competent. If it was the chairperson or any of the people that were actually sitting through the first quarter and deliberated, but I feel very uneasy when somebody comes from the outside and then indicates to us that everything has been done based on what's before him. I feel very uncomfortable, and I would really like to get clarity on that, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Bete. I'm sure those clarities, members of the committee, I see a hand. I don't see that, Councillor. It's Councillor Papa. Can you provide those clarities quickly? Then, Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I can provide clarity because...
Can you please speak closer to your mic?
Yes, I can try and provide clarity, or I will provide clarity. The chairperson is not available today, and he had requested Councillor Dlamini to put forward, to lay on the table those reports. And as Councillor Dlamini has been to 2 meetings with us, as a caucus, we have brought him up, praised him on the items that were discussed, and we made sure that he is taken on board. And thanks God for someone that is has all the experience of years gone by. He was quick to catch on what the items were, and so therefore he's had authority on putting forward that particular report on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, just on the first report that the MPAC has compiled, there's 857 million 857 million rands or so that has been irregularly spent. And everything is referred to the disciplinary board. I just want to know from the deputy chair of the committee, will we be getting, or will MPAC be getting, a report from the disciplinary committee as to what was the outcome of the disciplinary action that MPAC has approved in each of these cases? That's for the amount of 857,350,423 rands and 51 cents. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Let me start the search. Councillor Kesson, then Madlala.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm particularly concerned in regards to the tabling of this report, as Councillor Bierte has pointed out. In particular, there was issues that were not dealt with that I think that we should have brought up, and the learned councillor who spoke would have known that while we are, and he mentioned it briefly, but I could only assume that he wasn't part of the committee when we discussed this, and therefore he would not have all the information to discuss. But one of the issues were that, in fact, as MPAC in the last quarter, we struggled to get information in terms of information from the officials, as well as the point that CIIU is struggling. And these are issues that were tabled consistently throughout this quarter. So I understand where Councillor Bierte is coming from, that should someone table a report, I think it is very important that that person is part of all the proceedings during that quarter, so that we can table a report that is consistent, specifically because MPAC is a very important part of this oversight because of the Auditor General's report. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Let's correct one thing here, councillors. Councillor Dlamini is part of the MPAC committee. Now, I don't know where to take the information that if you have joined the committee later in the term, you don't have capacity to represent your committee in council or even to present a report. I think it's unfair to make such comment to your fellow Councillor Dlamini, because he presents reports with a mandate from the chair of the committee. Now, if the chair of the committee trusts him that he can represent the committee. Why council members will doubt the capacity of Councillor Dlamini to present the report? Let's stop doing that, because I don't think it's necessary, and I don't want to entertain that. The report has been presented to council. Councillors now are commenting on the content of the report, not on the presenter of the report. Councillor Madlala.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. You just touched on some of the things that I wanted to speak to. One, I wanted to thank the MPEC for their presentation, and specifically Councillor Dlamini, who did the presentation in their behalf for this report, or these reports, because I think it's a collection of 3 reports. And to commit that the plea that the committee is making to us as council to give them support was well received, and we are committing as the ANC to give them the kind of support they are looking for. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I think we must commend the spirit that the committee is being ran, because if the chair is not there and he can mandate any member of the committee without being partisan and without looking at other narrow things, just focusing on who's best placed to deliver the message on behalf of the committee, I think that is commendable, and it's something that we must encourage in all our committees. Thirdly, I think as this council, we are being unfair to Councillor Dlamini. I think he did a sterling job presenting that report. And look, I don't know, the temptation for members of MPEC to...
Order.
There's a point of order, Councillor Kuala.
Yeah, iyahlupa lento ukuthi mhlawumbe sicwasana. I raise a concern ukuthi uDlamini ubani as umention uSihlalo. So I-confusion idalwa wena Sihlalo. Ngoba manje awufuni ukuqonda. Ngoba kumele nje ikhulume eqaleni ukuthi uDlamini is presenting on behalf of uSihlalo. There should be no debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Matala. Order. Order, Madlala, you're on the floor.
Aye, bandla. No, thank you very much. So I was saying, as this council, we are being unfair to Councillor Dlamini, who has done a sterling job presenting.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Kasareti.
With respect to Councillor Madlala, we're not talking about how well the committee is working together and how well they're praising the chairperson. We're concerned about substantive matters that are being discussed at MPAC. Let's talk about the issues there. We're looking at over 1 billion rand in irregular expenditure, and we are being told how well the members are working together. Next we give them samosas, and they'll talk how well they get samosas. Or the biryani or something like that.
Councillor Reti, your point of order is overruled. Councillor Madlala is participating in a debate and commenting on the point raised before him. Councillor Madlala.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I'll ignore the abuse. And then I was saying there are two issues here, and we should separate them. One is that there's a temptation from, before I get into the two issues, there's a temptation from members of the committee itself to want to bring in issues that they feel are not covered in the report that should have been covered. Now, if there are such issues, surely it's not, it could not be faulted on the presenter of the report, because he's the presenter, not the author of the report. So that's one issue. Secondly, if there are issues that any member of this council feels that the report should have covered, but it's not covered, I think they are within their right to raise those issues, but not to raise it as to disparage the presenter of the report, but to raise it as part of the work that we are all supposed to do to assist the MPEC in doing its work. Lastly, on the issue of irregular expenditure, because sometimes we get excited when these terms are spoken about. Irregular expenditure is money that was spent where set procedures were not followed. You'll find that when you drill down we investigate how that has taken place and all that, you'll find that there was wrongdoing from the side of the officials who were doing that, but there was no corruption. All the money that was spent on a worthwhile project. There was value for money for the city and all of that. But it's very easy for us to get excited once we see the word irregular expenditure. We then start getting excited over that. I'm not saying we should not, as council, interrogate these matters with the seriousness that it needs, but sometimes we border on being excited. Now, lastly, the disciplinary board, the financial misconduct board, reports to this council. So if matters from your MPEC are referred to the financial misconduct board, as this council, you must then take comfort that we are still going to get a report from those matters, and we are glad because there was a backlog for a very long time, and that backlog was pushed and it was finished. So the turnaround time for matters referred to the Financial Misconduct Board is going to be faster because they no longer have a backlog. So that matter might serve maybe in the next meeting or in the next few meetings in front of this council, and we'll be able to interrogate it and take decisions. So when the matter is referred there, we must not then think that it's lost to us. It's part of the processes, and I'm happy that that has happened. We welcome the report as the ANC, and we commit ourselves to support the MPEC. Sebo.
Thank you. The report is noted already. Thank you very much. Okay, I see 3 hands. Councillor Akson, Berger, then Barbara, then last hand, then we move on.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually take cognizance of what the Speaker said before me, and I want to expand on that. In regards to irregular and fruitless expenditure, while the disciplinary board does in fact, all matters are referred to the disciplinary board, a matter of grave concern is that these issues take so long to go through the system that most of them prescribe even when it comes to MPAC. So MPAC at some points, and in large matter, there's a large numbers of matters that we have dealt with that are left to prescribe, and our hands are tied. Now we are the guardians of ratepayers' money. We are the oversight committee, and we need to protect that. If MPAC is not allowed to have, or if the municipality employees who have no proper reason for these irregular expenditures, if they are not called to book, and if they are not disciplined, or if their pockets are not removed of the money that they remove from eThekwini, then we need to look at how we are actually using the tools that are given to us in order to fight irregular expenditure. Because as I see it, if a lot of the money that we are expected to look at and write off cannot be exercised, in that we cannot hold the officials accountable, then what are we saying to our ratepayers, and what are we saying to the public? That after 3 years, if an investigation takes 3 years, you get away scot-free, you retire. And these are many, and my colleagues on MPAC will tell you the same thing. So what we need to do as a city is to ensure that every single cent that is written off is not only accounted for, but those individuals must be held responsible, and the municipality must take it seriously, in that matters cannot be allowed to hang on and move over 10 years, because that's just unacceptable. We need to move swiftly. We need to give the tools to CIIU, and we need to let employees know that when investigators knock on your door, you open immediately, and you have to take it seriously, which is currently not being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I recognize the second speaker, Councillor Akson, you speak as if you are a member of the MPEC committee, if I listen to your debate. But the problem that I have with that, of which I want all of you to take to listen to this, arguments and debates that we have been afforded an opportunity to raise at a committee level. It becomes unfair to have an afforded an opportunity at a committee level to debate. Then you participate, report is being produced by your committee. Then at a council level, you still want to advance arguments or issues that you raised already or you were afforded an opportunity to raise at a committee level. Because listening to your argument, it seems as if you are continuing with a debate that you're supposed to have at a committee level. It's just my observation. But thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Bekte.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have to put categorically, I am not a member of the impact. So this would be the opportunity, giving the platform where I would then be able to express my concerns to the author of the document, which one would hope to be the chairperson. So if there's certain concerns that come from the caucus and members on these platforms, and it comes through to the point where we've got to report now, because this is the only time, the first and only time that we can actually interrogate the report, request clarity, and also express our concerns. As Councillor Reddy quite rightly said, he would like to know about the 800 and odd million. Now, the problem is, and that's where I started off, and I started off by saying, I've got respect for Councillor Dlamini. It's not about Councillor Dlamini. It's about whether a person who is not part of it can table the report, because it also exposes that person to the point that we cannot interrogate the report because the person does not own the report. He's not the drafter, but he's merely tabling it. So we are deprived that opportunity if it's not the chairperson putting the report on the table so that we can ask the chairperson for clarity, express our concerns, and it's something that can go back to a committee that can be implemented to enhance the next report. That's where we're trying to be. It's one thing to say we note the report, but even if a report is noted, you still have the opportunity to interrogate, request clarity, and make some input. But we seem to run so quickly past the impact report, and we noted that we don't get the opportunity to actually inquire about the challenges that they have, which is starting to transpire. Now, if the chairperson was here, or somebody that was actually part of that process in the first quarter was here, and representing the report, it would give you that opportunity, as opposed to Councillor Dlamini, who's maybe got the institutional knowledge of impact, but was not part of that process. So he can only say what's in the document. He can't give us what's behind it. And that's what we should guard against, Chair. Not to just give somebody a report and say, go and present it. It's the same when we answer questions. The person didn't even draft it. And when you ask a question, the person says, Angas. It can't be like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. But there's something, again, councillors. I can see that we will continue to advance this argument. If Councillor Kaunda present the report on behalf of the executive committee, the report does not belong to him as an individual. Members of the executive committee collectively, they own that report. They have to defend, give clarity, respond to their report, not the chair of the committee or not the author. Members of the MPEC who are part of this meeting have a responsibility, all of them, to provide answers to questions, not Dlamini alone, not Councillor Xuma, because the report does not belong to Xuma as a council, it belongs to a committee. Even Councillor Axon is a part of the committee. Whoever feels comfortable to provide clarities to council can do that. Let's not reduce council committees to individuals. Let's not do that. Councillor Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's one more report that deals with the write-off of the irregular.
Barbara, angazi why ungathanda ukukhula empopweni. Njalo ngiyakukhumbuza ngompopho.
There's one more report that Councillor Dlamini neglected to report on, and that's the one that talks about the unauthorized, irregular, and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's the one that talks about the 857 million rand and some change. And so therefore, the council has to take a decision on that because we've written off. And we've written off that amount after having interrogated the officials that were in charge. And all the councillors, even Councillor Kisson, and all the councillors sit on impact had an opportunity to interrogate and ask questions. We want to point out that some of these expenditures are long overdue and some have been prescribed. So the founding statement that we have is that if there's any irregular expenditure, the official will have to go to the disciplinary committee if it so warrants. And we will take decisions and the disciplinary committee will make a decision on that. So we will therefore propose that a total of 1,014,204,224 rands be written off. And we have more than that to be writing off. It's going to be going bits by bits because as a committee, we sit twice a week and we sometimes finish off at 7:30. So when we are interrogating
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
When we are interrogating the officials,
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the previous speaker, Honorable Councillor Babla, is entirely correct. Because in terms of this report, what is presented to us here, the fourth report of impact, it's for noting. It says it's for noting. I do not believe that we can write off these figures. I think it's condemnation of them. And secondly,
No, Councillor Reddy, that's not the point of order. We are debating.
Okay, no debate. I just want to know whether it's for noting.
The report that needs for approval is the fourth report, I assume.
yes.
The fourth report needs council approval.
And that's
I'm
the
correct,
report we're talking
Barbara?
about. Yes, yes,
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you.
So in that regard, we are asking for approval from this council to write off that amount. And there will be more other write-offs coming because we have to do some catch-up. So there will be other reports that are coming. And like Councillor Madlala espoused on, fruitful and wasteful expenditure does not amount to fraud. It just means that proper processes were not followed. And once we've interviewed, and all of us get the chance of interviewing the officials, and once we've interviewed and we find that there was value for money, and we agree as a committee that there was value for money, we then propose a write-off. So after having interviewed all these officials, and there's a tablet that is attached, a schedule that is attached, we have then recommended that we write off this amount. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. MPEC report recommendations are on page 2 from 1.1 to page 3 to 1.3 item. Are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. We are done with the MPEC report.
No.
Okay.
No. There are various reports,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Let me get an indication from those who are to state. Okay. Thank you very much. I was still consulting with legally on a few things. Let me have the screen. Those who are in support of the recommendation? Those who are in support of the recommendation?
Which one?
No. I'm not taking hands now. We have debated already. Secretariat, can you count? I've given you time to debate. We are voting now. Secretariat, please.
Aqoshwa lo.
Thank you very much. Order. Those who are voting against? Those who are voting against? Oh, 3. Thank you. Those who abstain? Those who abstain?
Ingane zandawonye umshado.
Thank you very much. Are you tallying the numbers? Huh?
Speaker, my vote is not recorded there. ADEC voted against.
Yes. Can you correct that? It's true. APF, we have not voted. APF, vote.
I voted.
How should vote again?
My vote is progressive as EFF.
Are you in support, against, or abstain?
Support.
Okay, thank you.
Support.
Yeah, thank you. Those who are in support, 103. Those who are against, 3. Those who abstain, 62. Therefore, the item has been approved by the majority vote. Thank you. Councillors, earlier when we were discussing the minutes of our last council meeting, we didn't get the mover and the seconder of our minutes. For record purposes, we have to do that because when we are discussing matters arising, we discuss them without having a mover and the second of our minutes. Let's be formal. Can I get the hand that move the minutes that we have discussed at the beginning of our meeting and the second, Councillor Ntuli?
I move, Speaker.
Thank you. The seconder, Councillor Njawene, the back.
I indeed second, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. We are now done with the council meeting. We are going to deal with the in-committee.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm Jeff Pullen, the younger cousin of Councillor Warren Byrne. Just on page 31, the report of committee decisions, please can you correct item 8, Town Planning Committee. It says the meeting was held on that date. It wasn't correct, and I wrote to you at the Times, so it's not It wasn't held. And the next 5 pages are repeated on page 65 to 69 as well.
Okay, okay,
If
thank
you
you.
can correct that, thank you.
Okay, the committee, please, Secretariat, really, you are being excused. We are now dealing with the in-committee items.
Mr. Speaker.
Let's give them
Mr.
5 minutes
Speaker,
to move out.
Mr. Speaker.
We are dealing with,
Mr.
I'm not taking
Speaker.
hands now. We
Mr.
are starting
Speaker.
the in-committee. Please be excused, sound system. Nishiye isound ikhala kahle.